Double speak.
Good evening. It is now 3 p.m. We'll call this meeting to order. We will note that all council members are present. And we'll have our invocation by Dr. Don Coaster from Charis Church, Killeen, and we'll have our invocation by by Councilmember Kimball. Pledge allegiance by Councilmember Kimball.
Amen. Let's bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we come to you today with gratitude and humility. Lord, we honor you and acknowledge your presence in this place and throughout the city of Killeen. We thank you for this council and for this gathering of leaders who have been entrusted with the responsibility of helping guide the future of our city. Lord, we recognize you as King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Your word declares that the government rests upon your shoulders, and as we look to you as the source of wisdom and justice and righteous leadership, we acknowledge you as the Lord over this city. And we thank you for your hand that has been upon Killeen through every season. Today we lift up our Mayor Joseph Solomon, before you. Grant him wisdom, discernment, strength, and grace as he serves this community. We also pray for the elected council members, Jessica Gonzalez, Charles Nimble, David Bass, Anthony Kendrick, Ms. Debbie Nash King, Melissa Brown, and Beverly Ann Williams. Bless them with the unity of purpose, clarity of mind, hearts committed to serving the people of this city well. Give them grace to govern and courage to lead, the wisdom to make decisions that promote the well-being of all who call Killeen home. Your word tells us that when the righteous lead, people flourish and dwell in peace. Therefore, we pray, Lord, that your peace to rest upon these leaders as they begin this new term of service. Guide their decisions, direct their conversations, and help them govern with integrity, humility, and wisdom. Father, we thank you for this season of growth and opportunity before the city of Killeen. We declare your blessing over this city. Let prosperity, peace, wisdom, and joy abound among these residents. May every family, every neighborhood, every business, and every visitor experience your goodness and your favor. Blow afresh your spirit over this city and establish your purpose in every sphere of influence. Lord, we're asking for your protection over these leaders, over every family, and over their concerns. Surround them with your grace and keep them safe. Let your hand be upon this city and let your purpose prevail. We are praying for your presence to fill this chamber today. Let your wisdom guide every discussion. Let understanding shape every decision. Let a spirit of cooperation and service mark every action taken here. God, we're asking that everyone who enters into this chamber, every resident, every business owner, every visitor, and every guest encounter the presence of your peace. Let honor rule in this place on how we communicate, on how we reason together, on how we listen, on how we speak to one another. May respect, wisdom, and integrity characterize every conversation and every decision that is made here. God, we're asking that you apprehend this place with your presence and let your peace rest here. Lord, your wisdom dwell here. Let your righteousness be established here. Let the weight of your glory fill this chamber and rest upon every leader gathered today. And most of all, Lord, we invite you to be the ultimate leader. Guide this council. according to your purposes of heaven, according to your divine plans for this city and region. Direct their paths, establish their steps, and give them insight beyond their own understanding. We are praying for the city of Killeen, that it would rise as a model in the earth, a city marked by unity, by wisdom, by purpose, and by peace. Let people stand up and take notice of what you're doing here. Let this city be known as a place where good leadership flourish, where people are valued, where your hand of blessing rests upon the community. Let Killeen become a testimony of what can happen when leaders seek wisdom, serve with humility, and steward well the people entrusted to their care. We thank you for this advancement growth, the flourishing that is ahead of the city of Killeen. May this city be a place where people thrive, where peace prevails, and where future generations are blessed. And we ask all these things, I ask all these things in the mighty, precious name of Jesus Christ, my Lord. Amen.
Amen. Mr. Mayor, I'm honored to welcome members of the Prince Hall Knights of Pythagoras, a an organization rooted in the membership, leadership, and moral development. These young men from Killeen and the Bell County area represent excellence in service and in education. And today, they will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Go ahead, boys.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, if I can indulge, Knights of Pythagoras will be having their statewide conference here later in July. They'll be having knights from all around the state will be gathered here in Killeen. It's going to be a big deal, so they will be honored if they could take a picture with you up front, sir, if you don't mind.
Council, I need a motion to approve the agenda.
Mayor, if I could, if whomever makes the motion to approve the agenda will remove item 12 to receive a quarterly financial report. Our presenter had an unexpected absence today.
So I need a motion to approve the agenda and also to remove item 12.
Mayor. I move to
Councilmember Brown,
move to approve the agenda, removing item number 12, DS-26-041, receive quarterly financial report.
it was motioned by Councilmember Brown,
Mr. Mayor, I second that motion.
second by Councilmember Kimball. All opposed? All in favor say yes, all opposed, no. Motion carries 7-0. Madam Secretary.
Presentation, PR 26013, discuss proposed FY 2027 budget related to community partners.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City
Good
Council.
afternoon, ma'am.
Today, we have 10 community partners here to speak on behalf of their organizations and their fiscal year 2027 funding request. I will introduce each speaker before they present, and each organization will have 5 minutes. Before we begin, I would like to briefly review 2 slides. The first slide is the fiscal year 2027 budget calendar. As you can see today, June 2nd is dedicated to community partner presentations. On June 16th, staff will present the FY 2027 budget preview. With that in mind, I would like to direct your attention to the next slide. This slide shows each community partner's current FY 2026 funding amount and their FY 2027 funding request. The asterisks identify requests that are currently included in the proposed FY 2027 budget. As a reminder, staff is still in the process of balancing the FY 2027 budget. The information presented tonight is intended to provide City Council with an opportunity to hear from each organization regarding their services and funding requests. You will see the slide again during the budget preview on June 16th as a part of the discussion on the proposed FY 2027 budget. With that, I'll begin the presentations. First is going to be National Mountain Warfare Foundation, Mr. Clarence Enochs.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My job here today as a development consultant with the National Mountain Warfare Foundation is, first of all, thank the council for the generous use of hotel occupancy tax funds that we've received over the last 5 years. You'll see on, I believe it's my 3rd slide, the direct correlation between bringing individuals into the community to experience this destination activity. We could not accomplish without that assistance. This shows our attendance, as you'll see, and this was provided before, so if you had a chance to look at it. Some of these attendance numbers were affected by 2 things that we had no control over, 2 shutdowns of our government. October itself, this entire staff was laid off, and the facility was shut down. So you'll reflect that. But you'll notice that there's a percentage noted to the side that varies about 37 to 44% of those individuals that are currently visiting the facility are coming from outside the MSA. So there's an advantage to that because we know that the average person will spend about $25 or so if they get something to eat. We want to capture them and keep them here as long as possible because that affects positively everyone in not just our local community of Killeen, but our entire region. This shows our use of funds for the last calendar year. As you know, these funds are mandated by statute to be used for very, very specific purposes, and primarily our use is for bringing people in, visitors outside the MSA. Our use of the funds is pretty centralized to advertising on the I-35 corridor. We do have a partnership with an organization that puts our media and things in every one of the visitor centers in the state of Texas on the northern border. And so we've been very blessed to have these funds. Once again, thank you. I know that in 5 minutes it's difficult to get a lot of that stuff in, so I'll entertain any questions that you might have.
Council, any questions, comments? Councilmember Brown.
Thank you. Mr. Enoch, how are you today?
I'm doing great.
How much fundraising does the museum do?
How much fundraising as far as, that's kind of a broad question.
How much fundraising does the museum do on an annual basis for any purpose?
Well, that's, Are you looking for a dollar amount?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to provide that to you at a later date. I don't have that readily available with me at this point.
Is there fundraising that happens for the museum now that it's open?
Yes, ma'am. That's my job as a development consultant, meaning fundraising.
Okay. What happens with the fundraising money as opposed to the money that the city gives the museum?
Okay, so there's a very distinct difference. So those funds that the city provides are hot funds, which can only be using for the advertising of essentially the tourism industry, the product. None of those monies go to any operational expense. There is a certain amount of money that has to be raised to keep the foundation open, so the foundation and the museum operation are separate.
Okay. Of the people who come in from outside of the MSA, are they tourists? Are they coming in as part of reserve groups that are coming in, as part of training activities? Do we know the purpose that they're coming in for?
Yes, so anyone coming outside of the MSA, there's a geographic rubric that equates what a tourist is. And so anyone essentially that comes from outside our MSA is considered a tourist. One of the primary tenets of the museum is to educate soldiers. So those individuals that come as part of their duty service are not quantified as visitors.
So they're not listed in the attendance record we have in front of us?
Not to my knowledge, no, ma'am.
Okay. Can we prove that any of these people coming in actually stop and clean, stay at the hotels, stay overnight here, visit our restaurants, shop at our stores?
I mean, I don't attend with them. Some of them do comment. We do have an information board where a number of community partners, be it restaurants, be it other attractions, can post their information and their media. We do partner with as many of those as we can because we know this is a group effort for all of us. But do I know if how long anyone stays here? I do not.
Okay. And then I guess the final question is, what can we do to make sure, if we're going to keep funding this, since it is out of HOT, that HOT fund is specifically so we can bring tourism to the city of Killeen? And I know that from down there, I've said to the council multiple times, I disagree, and respectfully to you, I know you're here doing a job, but I really disagree with giving money to any entity that is outside of the city of Killeen when it comes to our HOT funds, because we cannot ever show that there is a direct correlation to any increase in our hotel occupancy or any of our restaurants, any of our businesses in the city of Killeen, when we're giving money for advertisement to something on Fort Hood. And I think that really we could have community partnerships that do that without using that HOP fund. We could definitely come up with ways to do it. We could do in-kind through our tourism department. But I think that we have other things that could be better suited for that $80,000 a year. Just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. Anyone else? Councilmember Kendricks?
Good afternoon. I just want to share with everyone, I've experienced soldiers that are coming back in the VFW on post, helps those soldiers, and those families are going out to the museum and visiting the museum. We had a VFW, the overall commander, he came and he stayed. And we have a lot of people that do come because I've been out there at the museum several times in the last 6 months. So I want to say there are people coming and visiting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kendricks. Councilmember Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just so I'm clear, so the 10,000 or so people outside the MSA, we have no stats of how many of those stayed in local hotels.
I don't know how long they stay whether they stay 5 minutes or so. I know unless they have access to Fort Hood, they won't be able to eat on Fort Hood. We meet regularly with your Tourism and Convention Bureau to partner with them to do things that are related to help quantify that number. Is there, I assume there would be some way with relevant research model that you could track if there's a rise or a fall based upon the number of people that were there. You could make some type of correlation.
Okay,
But
I'll just follow up with Chamber or the Hotel Association. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Nash King?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the things is that the National Mounted Warrior Museum is not only for outsiders, but it's also for our veterans. A lot of our veterans have served, and we have our Vietnam veterans. And when I go inside, I see some people that I do recognize in the photos. The funds can only be used where we're pulling it from. The hot pumps can only be used for advertisement. And this does, if you cannot see it now, it's almost impossible for anyone can say where people eat at or where people live at. If there is a metric like that, then we need the city, we need to assist them with coming up, or council, with that metric to measure that, if that's even feasible to do. And if we can do that, then we need to come up with it and share it with them if that's the feedback that we would like back. However, as I stated earlier, the museum shows our histories if you're a veteran. It honors us. And there's not many museums throughout the military that's out there. So for us to have one where we're trying to build up our downtown, revitalization downtown Killeen, and we're constantly putting in money when people do come to our sites, there's a way that we can market the museum when we have our events with some of the advertisement money that you do get from the city, that they'll know, even if you're not in the military, it's on the outside, that you can come. I believe in coming with solutions, and this solution that I'm offering you as a council member, I don't speak for the entire council, is that when we host our main events downtown Killeen, which we're trying to bring more foot traffic in that area, we would love if you would get with our city staff and come up with some kind of way that we can share your information and you can share what we're doing downtown. That's just a recommendation to take back to your board. Thank you.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash King. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem
Thank you.
Gonzalez.
Ms. Nash King, I would second that, and that's a great recommendation. I just had a question. I'm not sure if it's for staff or for Mr. Enochs, but some time back, council had recommended or requested that, as far as advertising was concerned, that the Killeen logo be on different print marketing materials and such. And we also, at the time, there was conversation about airport billboards and other, right, okay, so airport billboards and things like that. Has that happened yet? And if so, is that print material, can we confirm that it is located at our Civic and Conference Center for the public to access?
Yes, so with that recommendation, and we've taken all the recommendations that the council has provided, and to side note on what you've done, or what you've suggested, we have partnered with the Texas A&M University Central Texas UCARE, their research arm, to identify a number of problematic situations, you might say. So I'm not opposed, and I will likely approach them to see if there is a mechanism that they can construct that can start collecting a lot more of this data of who stays, who doesn't, where they go, how we go about doing that. And on all of our billboards and all of our print material, the City of Killeen logo is displayed. All of our billboards at the bottom runner say in Killeen, on all of our billboards on I-35. So, and wherever else they might be.
And do we have confirmation that the information is also at our Killeen Civic and Conference Center for the public, for event and tourism?
Yes, I believe it is. Ms. Wilkerson, can you answer that? The National Men of Warfare Museum, that those publications are available at the Civic Center?
Yeah, I think
And if-
trifolds are.
The brochures are not, but they are in all of our tourism information.
Okay. So I'll just put a email together for follow-up on this, because that was a recommendation by Councilmember Boyd some time back. So I want to make sure that we follow up on that and that it's in all the appropriate places. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Brown.
So I remember in September of '25, I was hosting a comedy festival here in Killeen. One of the places that we had events was over at the museum, and it looks like that month was your second highest month for people outside of the MSA for the entire year. Have you thought about doing more events, allowing more events to be hosted at the museum? Because then we could say people are coming in, they're staying for multiple days.
So, as you know, that this is phase one of the museum. Before the exhibits were actually installed, we had use of that center atrium in the main exhibit space. With the installation of the permanent exhibits and the fact that the foundation doesn't own or control the museum now, the Department of Army, the citizens of the United States of America does, there is limited space for us to have events. So the direct contact there is actually a museum staffer that handles that. So the key to having more events like that is creating more space. We are in the development of our Phase 2 project, which includes classrooms, expansion of some of that space, which could be used for that, and you'll likely hear more about that, I would anticipate in the next few months. But the key is adding space that doesn't have the exhibitry in it.
Do you track where people are getting the information from? So when they're coming in, do you find out what advertising is bringing them in?
I believe we do. That is collected at some point, like where they heard about the museum from. So that, and primarily a number of them go to the website. We do have, if I'm not mistaken, our information is connected to the City of Killeen website and vice versa. So a lot of that is just trying to figure out what the family's going to do for the weekend, and then investigating things in the area, and a lot of it is happenstance like that.
So what I'm hoping is that there is a way that you're tracking the efficacy of all of your advertisements to determine if the money that you're spending on these is actually bearing fruit, or if it's more people just coming to the city's website and seeing that. Otherwise, what I don't think we need to be doing, whether we're funding it or whether you're funding it, is to be paying for advertising that isn't working. Does your website track where the leads are coming from? If they're from something like a QR code that gets scanned, if it's from a different website, if it's from a Google search, anything like that?
I'm a development consultant, a relationship builder, so I can check with the actual staff to see if there's a component that tracks that. I do know that we do collect any type of information that's relevant to those.
Okay. Mr. Knox, if you could email us back before our next meeting, if possible, about the fundraising and the advertisement tracking.
I will likely have Mr. Crouch communicate with you, yes.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Bass.
Sir, as a veteran of 1st Cavalry Division, I think it's a great honor for our city to have this museum. I thank you and the staff for all of your hard work out there, and I'm happy to support the museum, and I think this is a well-spent money on the part of the city. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Next is Tax Appraisal District of Bell County, Mr. Billy White.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I appreciate you having me here today. I have provided you quite a bit of information. I'm just going to go over some of the basic ones more about the budget, and if you guys have any questions afterwards about taxes and values and such, we can entertain those, but to try and keep your meeting moving along. So just to go over some of the things that our appraisal district has a board of directors that maintain operations. This is the list of our current directors. We have some up for election in this coming November, and of course, some entity elections next year is when we'll have some newly appointed board of directors. But that is our current list. We also have Kenny Wells, he's out here in the audience, I believe, one of our current board of directors. But this is our future board of director elections. Just shows you when they change. There's been a lot of changes in legislation over the last few years as to when those board of directors change, but that just gives you an idea as to when some of them will change out, starting in November this year in the general election. Just to show you, as again, we're here talking about our budget, and this is to show what some of our major departments are doing. Obviously, our appraisal district does a lot of services besides just appraisals and just collections of taxes. But to show that we're doing a good service and being a good steward of the money that we have, we provide customer service surveys to everybody that comes through our doors. And as you can see, just since last year, obviously, nobody's happy about taxes and appraisals. It's not something that anybody likes to talk about or hear about. But these questions that we give all of our people that come to the door, you can see are overwhelmingly, our staff has done an overwhelmingly great job at handling those that have come in. And we hand these to everybody at the beginning of their service before they're happy or not happy with their service. So you can see, though, 95 to 98% on every single question that we ask of the customer service. So our customer service staff and our appraisal staff that deal with people have done an excellent job. This just shows you the amount of work that we do each year. Just our customer service department alone dealing with 40,000 phone calls, almost 50,000 mailed-in payments, all the payments we come in through, whether it's mortgage or online or e-payments. And then, of course, once we do the collection of taxes for you and all the other tax entities in the county, we transferred over $640 million of tax levy to you and every other tax entity there. As you may know, we do the collection of taxes. We also help do the calculation of your tax rates. That is not something that every appraisal district does in the state, but many of them do. We are contracted by you and the other entities to do that in our county. We're probably one of the largest, if not the largest county that still provides the collection services. Most other large counties like Williamson and Travis further south, all the tax collections are done at the tax assessor office. But we do provide that service. Just to show our other main large department that sometimes gets forgotten about is our GIS and records department. And they have to process every single parcel that comes through every year, along with every single subdivision and split of every property. And you can just see the parcel growth that our county's been having each year. We process every one of those. Our parcel growth is up to 194,000 parcels this year, has grown quite a bit over the last few years. And then our deeds and lots, looks like we processed 3,000 to 4,000 of those deeds the last few years. So that each one of those deeds had to be processed by our personnel. Again, just showing you some of the labor drivers that our staff and our appraisal district does each year, besides just the appraisal. Going over the appraisal part, some of the major projects we do, besides just doing our appraisal every year, we do appraisal aerial projects every year. And what this does is allows us to be a lot more efficient with the money that we use, and a lot more accurate, actually, of appraising property, where we use this product that will go in and look at aerials each year. It'll compare aerials from the last year, see if there's any changes, and alert us to go out and either go look at them or measure them from the areas if we can. This saves a lot of money on us going out by foot on every single property every year. Also, it's going to be much more accurate because we can't get inside every backyard, and we can't count on every single person pulling a permit at the city level, and not everybody lives in a city, so even outside the cities, they don't have to pull a permit. So this is the way we can stay accurate and equitable as we're required by tax code. And as you can see, this product pays off in big sums. Last year, it cost us about $95,000, including our labor charges for the change finder part of it, an estimated value of $365 million and about $7 million in taxes. And when we put those improvements on the roll, those porches, patios, garages, extra buildings, and all those on the roll every year, that's on the roll for every year thereafter too. So this is a project that's well worth doing. We've been doing it annually for at least the past 7 years, I believe. Pull finder is very cheap to do also, but it provides quite a bit of taxes back just for the amount that we give. Okay, so this just talks about where our appraised values are this year compared to the Board of Realtors, and what they just shows that we've been tracking along with the market. Obviously, this year, our values went down quite a bit. And again, our appraisal department handles protests each year. Each year, last few years, we've been getting about 30,000 protests. We start getting those after we get through April, and we have till about the mid-July to get through all 30,000 protests to be able to give the city and you guys the amount of value that is there so you can set your tax rates. So it's a lot of work for us to get through. So we're out of time. So what questions you guys have about what else I provided, or other questions I can answer you about our budget?
Councilmember Brown?
Mayor, I make a motion of direction to allow Mr. White to at least finish the portion where he tells us what he needs from us and what our valuations are. So basically, to skip ahead to the slide that says City of Killeen 2026 appraisal
Give me a
data.
I can skip ahead.
That's up to the council to, do you want
that totally
additional
up to you?
minutes? It's up to the council. Yeah. Councilman Nashville?
Sir, there's a motion of direction on the floor. Second. Has to be a second.
Oh, you seconded? Oh, you made a motion. Okay, motion by Councilmember Brown.
Mayor, if I
and
can.
second by,
I'm sorry. Motions of direction are normally directions to staff, to the city manager or staff. And so, I mean, certainly if the council has a consensus, I don't know that a motion is appropriate.
So for clarification, I'd request consensus to allow Mr. White to just skip ahead to the City of Killeen specific information.
okay. Okay,
Is that motion withdrawn, just for the record?
motion was withdrawn, and so there is a consensus among the council. You can finish out, sir.
Yes, sir. I will skip to the specific information about appraisals, skip through the budget information. This just goes over some of the basic information of what's going on in the city of Killeen and our appraisals this year. City of Killeen appraisal data, you can see most of our values throughout the county went down this year. Most of the sales and the market in the area, even though most of our counties south of us had seen a quite bit of decline in the last couple of years, that finally hit us a little bit this year. So we did have flat to lower than last year's sales. So you can see our value, total value went down. Multifamily, vacancy, usually when single families are going down, you also see a lot of vacancy issues in the multifamily, so their values also are coming down some. Commercial value did go up this year, and then City of Killeen residential value did come down slightly, and the average home value also came down slightly this year based off of the sales. Again, we appraise based off all the market information that's available to us, and we're just trying to mirror what the market is each year. In the end, these were some of the new improvements that we had this last year, how many new houses we picked up. And in the end, this just shows exactly what we actually came to in taxable value change. You can see off to the far right shows you the light blue is what last year's value of all the properties were last year. Red is all the new value. And then at the last dark blue line shows you what the change in taxable value was. So even though there was a lot of new value, it didn't overcome how much value we came down on the existing properties. So we expect a negative amount of taxable value there this year before you set your tax rates.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions from the council? Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate you having
I
me.
didn't see you.
Sorry.
sorry.
One question. So with the valuation.
Councilmember Kimball.
I'm sorry. Thank you, sir, Mr. Mayor. With the valuation decreasing, so do you guys have any metrics that the market's softening, or is it just a correction? I mean, what is the thought process?
Really, it all depends. I mean, we look at very specific sales of every neighborhood and every single area, and we go and look at the sales for that neighborhood. If the sales are down from what they were last year, it came down. There were some areas that still went up, but it's not a generalization. It's not just because the Tampa Board Realtors or the Fort Hood Board Realtors says that the average sales price went down. It's looking at every specific area, and after we did every specific neighborhood and area, the total value did come down. So yes, I mean, sales are coming down. We're seeing more sales happen than we did last year, but we still see some sporadic, some high and low sales is what we have seen. People that aren't used to the market taking 6 months, which is the norm to sell a house, but we haven't been at that for a long time. So we have seen people that have sold the house very quickly and sold for a lot less. So that affects this market value of the other properties. Yeah, I believe it's softened some based off the sales we've seen. I don't think there's much more to go down on. We're still a very affordable county compared to the counties south of us and such. So we've been holding flat when the others had a big drop the last couple of years. So I think this is probably about as far as we'll go down. But It really just depends on the year. Every year, we go look at the sales from the prior year and see what was going on in the market.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions from the council? Okay, we have a little bit of delay here. Okay.
Thank you very much. I
sir.
appreciate it,
Thank
Mayor,
you.
council members.
Thank you, sir.
All right, next we have Bell County Communications Center, Ms. Aubrey Huckabee.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I appreciate you inviting us to get a chance to come and speak to you a little bit about what we do and who we are, along with the budget part. I know that's also important. So I know we're limited on time. Just a reminder or refresher to some, and might be new to a few. The Bell County Communications Center was formed in 1999. We were formed under an agreement between the county and the 4 largest cities in Bell County to establish a consolidated 911 and communications dispatch center. So within that agreement, it also lays out the funding for the annual budget. The Bell County covers 50% of the operational or annual budget, plus capital costs and a percentage of the usage. So the county covers 50%, and then the remainder 50 is divided amongst the cities and the county based on usage. In 2025, we had 213,000 911 calls that came into Bell County, and a snapshot of the public safety events that were created over the last 3 years. We really focus on making sure that we're meeting the community, the public, and the agency's expectations, and with a focus on, we want to make sure that we're getting the right resources to the right location at the right time. It's not about being as fast as we can, but being accurate and urgent. On the right-hand side, it just shows our call processing time. So we look at priority 1s, priority 2s, and priority 3s. Priority 1s being the highest priority or the most urgent. And it's got a snapshot for 23, 24, and 25 as far as our performance metrics. The call taking times for priority 1s, we maintain under 60 seconds. So that's from the time the call taker answers the phone, gets the information to create an event that is then eligible to be dispatched or ready to be dispatched to an available unit. So it takes us about 60 seconds or less. And then on the bottom chart on the right-hand side is our dispatch processing. And this is from the time the event is created and is ready for a dispatcher to send to an available unit. And priority 1s, we showed a significant improvement last year over the previous 2 years at 89 seconds on average. Now that's all agencies, all types of calls smushed together. That's all priority 1s throughout the county. Okay. One of the things that we're also looking at is how can we tie in additional resources that might be available in the community or throughout the county to 911 calls. So last year, in October, we introduced basically a telehealth resource. So if you call 911, you might need to be seen by a doctor. You think that your only avenue is to call 911 to get an ambulance to go to the emergency room. But not every medical need might need an ambulance or need to go to the emergency room. So certain types of calls will be eligible for us to offer to transfer or connect the 911 caller to basically telehealth. So we have connection to an ER doctor who can talk to them over the phone, or we'll send them a video link and chat with them by video. And either they can arrange over-the-counter medication or something from Walgreens and have it delivered to their home, basically through Uber. Or they can arrange alternate transportation through a medical version of Uber and Lyft to either an urgent care or maybe to the ER, but they might not need to go by ambulance. Does 2 things: immediately contacts or connects that caller with a medical professional, and it also frees up that ambulance that might need to be available for a higher priority medical call. So we started with a very small protocol list, and we're actively looking at expanding that. So it's been pretty successful. We're also looking at different mental health resources. So behavioral health, mental health, somebody might call 911 and there's some kind of crisis. Is there another resource that we can offer to connect them to besides police, fire, EMS alone that they might be able to help either while EMS or PD is en route or as an alternative altogether? So we're very excited about those things. And then budget. So when we're looking at FY27 budget, one of the things I want to point out, and this chart might be a little confusing, but as a reminder, in FY26, so we suffer from staffing shortages. It's pretty much the same nationwide, especially in our industry, but we're actively working to improve that. Over the years, with unexpended personnel, we've built up the comm center fund balance. So last year, the county auditor wanted to take a swipe at trying to draw down our fund balance. So we applied a $1.5 million credit to last year's budget. This year, we're doing it by half. So it looks like we've increased the budget by $750,000, but it's just the credit was cut in half. So on the top, it shows what our operational budget is, then the vacancy rate or the adjustment for fund balance, and then the assessment, how it applies to that new total. So what we projected as our budget was 12.9. What we're splitting amongst the agencies in the county is 11.8. I know that's clear as mud. And then we apply that usage percentage. So we take 50% of the budget that the county is going to pay, and then the remainder of the 50% is spread across the county for SO and rural agencies and state agencies, and then the remainder with the other cities. Questions?
Any questions from the council? Councilmember Bass?
Ma'am, when I attended the Citizens Police Academy, they brought us out there and we did a tour. I was very impressed. What I remember is the dispatchers at this call center, they are literally the front line. If somebody's breaking into our house, if an accident occurs in front of us, when we call 911, it's these operators, and they're super professional. The center is really intense. But people's lives depend on this operation. So thank you very much for all that y'all do.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Councilmember Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good to see you again.
You too.
So our usage share is 18.8%.
Your usage share is actually 36%, your usage. And then the county pays 50%, so we split that usage fee in half. So your budget assessment is the 17.
And that went up 11%. About 10 or 11%. So I guess, did everyone else's percentage rise also as did Colleen's? Did the sheriff's office and Nolanville and Heights, did everybody else's, did they get the same increase as we did?
Yes, so the way, and I apologize, I should have had a 3-year budget assessment prepared for the slides, but I was limited.
You can get it back, you can get it to us later.
I can send you some more detailed information, but the way the formula is applied across the board. Colleen actually saw a dip in usage from the previous year, but that might not be the same for all of the other agencies. It just depends. Like in 2024, we had some pretty significant weather events that we didn't see in 25, so we did see an overall decrease. And there might be some operational changes that some departments might do that might impact their individual usage. I don't know if I'm
And as a follow-up, so as the police department now has the real-time crime center, and they're probably self-dispatching some things. So if we use less, will our assessment go down?
So the way the RTCC works, there might be some actions that they're doing offline, that's my language. But if it's in the CAD system, if RTCC creates an event because maybe they got a call at the PD and they want us to dispatch or they want a unit to respond, it's still built in the CAD system that is maintained at the comm center, so that's where we're pulling those counts from. So it's usage of the system as a whole.
Okay. And with the new fire station, did that increase calls, or is it just the same amount of calls, they're just that dispatch are different?
If anything, it affects their response time.
Response time, okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
Councilmember Brown?
I thought Councilman Kimball was about to ask the question I had. Our percent usage, if I'm reading correctly and if I remember correctly from prior years, is only based on law enforcement events, not fire?
Correct.
Okay. Can you explain why it's based solely on law enforcement and not including fire and EMS?
So there's a couple things. So in previous years, we did look at all events, and it did include police, fire, and EMS. When we create, and so part of the argument, or the discussion was, not argument, the discussion was when we have a traffic accident in the city limits of Killeen, for dispatching purposes, for record keeping, for case numbers, all of that, we create 3 separate events. So one for police, one for fire, and one for EMS. Because they might not all respond to every traffic accident or every, fire and EMS isn't going to respond to a burglary. So we treat them as separate agencies. So when we were looking at how we're doing this formula, was it accurate to look at all events or just law enforcement? And it could be the same argument if we looked at just fire. It's just a way to create a representation of usage or workload, not necessarily always going to be a one-for-one.
And then because, correct me if I'm wrong, around the county, we have some cities and towns that have a police department, but they don't have their own fire department. And if I'm interpreting correctly, this actually evens out and makes that a more balanced ratio based
Sure.
on who's using it for one set of data.
Yes. Yes, that's true too.
Thank you.
Councilmember Williams.
How you doing?
Hi, good.
I'm so thankful for you guys there. I really appreciate the wonderful job that you all are doing.
Thank you.
My question is for the 911, certain types of call that you say that will be transferred. And you said that the ER doctor will be on call, the chat at the same time, or the Uber or the pharmacy. Could you give me example of what kind of calls, what would the call be like that would be transferred, that would need a doctor or wouldn't need a doctor?
It's not to say that they would need a doctor. They just might not need to see one by ambulance at the ER. So one example was we had a 18-month-old, 2-year-old that was crying and maybe was running a fever, and it was late at night, and the mother wasn't sure if she should go to the hospital. What should she do? Does she need an ambulance? And we were able to offer to connect them to a doctor without her having to leave the house, without having to put that baby in an ambulance, without having to sit at the ER. That might have been hours, because they're going to triage you once you get to the ER and prioritize who's being seen first there too. So it's the protocols that we're looking at are kind of general sickness and abdominal pains, something like that. But it's very low acuity. There's no priority symptoms, no breathing issues, that kind of thing.
And for the mental health part of it, how long would it take for the person to call as far as for have an issue with the mental health? How long will it be before there would be any dispatch or you guys could send out a mental health person out to the home or wherever they're located before you would know that this is a mental health issue?
So that's one of the things. We haven't rolled anything out yet because we're still trying to find the best solution for that. And I think it will still be a very small percentage of those calls. And it wouldn't be that we would disconnect or tell them that we're going to call somebody back. We want to make sure that we can connect somebody directly, similar to what we're doing with the ER for the medical calls, that we can direct somebody or connect somebody immediately, directly before we even disconnect. We don't want to kind of abandon that caller and not know for sure if they're being connected. So we're working with a couple of different resources, and they're looking at staffing, and they're looking at call volume and their availability. If we could transfer them, could they be able to answer the phone every time? Do they have the staffing and availability to do that? And if not, what would that kind of back and forth be? And still looking at what are those kind of triage or those qualifications that we want to look for before we even look at that call as an opportunity to handle it that way. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Okay, good.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Kimball.
Mr. Mayor, and I'm sorry, I should ask this when I had my chance. I think we're still paying for KISD PD calls. What percentage of that, of our total calls are, and if you don't have it with you?
I don't, but I will send that to you.
Yeah, because I think that number has risen substantially over the last 2, if not 3 years.
I know it jumped, I don't know if that was 21 when we had that conversation, and then they did kind of come back down, but I'll send that to you.
Because I know during the summertime, as they rotate, do their security checks, they generate a lot of calls. And I don't know what our cost sharing, or if we need to renegotiate our agreement with KISD.
Sure.
They changed their operations. So, thank you.
I'll get that to you.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your help. Your presentation.
Next is Bell County Public Health District, Mr. Robert Kirkpatrick.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council
Good
ladies,
afternoon,
councilmen.
sir.
Thank you for your time today. I'm here representing the Bell County Public Health District, requesting a little bit more money than last year. That's partially in cost because of an increase of one person for our retail food section. That's to accommodate the new FDA requirements for food inspections. It's a little bit more labor intensive. Therefore, we need more people to do the inspections of restaurants, trying to ensure we keep everybody healthy to go to their regular job instead of the hospital. Additionally, this is part of our member contribution, our cooperative agreement that we have with the city. It was established in 1994. It pays for 100% of the salaries for retail food and on-site sewer facility and 25% of the benefits. Next slide. Oh, I've got it, okay. Wait, justification. One of the things with the retail food section, we do 683 retail food permits facilities within the city of Killeen, and the OSSF division monitors 1,059 aerobic systems, and we've approved 57 new aerobic systems in the FY25 year. Already talked about that, pending your questions.
Any questions?
And I apologize, it's my first time in front of y'all.
No, you're good. You can continue.
Any questions?
Any questions? Councilmember Brown.
Thank you. Mr. Kirkpatrick, what is it that you do with the sewer system, or the septic systems?
The septic systems are on-site sewer facility program. They do design reviews, they do inspections, and until we do the authorization to construct after a review, nobody can construct an aerobic system as long as they're going through the proper process.
And we had...
Once that is completed, after the installer is installed, we do an inspection of the installation to ensure that it is in accordance with the design, and that then we issue an authorization to, I'm getting the wrong term, sorry.
That's okay.
Authorization to operate. Term's wrong, but it's to actually use the system. Therefore, the household becomes inhabitable with an operating septic system.
So it's required to get a certificate of occupation?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Ma'am, sorry.
It's not the worst I've been called. The 57 new aerobic systems, and you said in FY25 or 26?
26, my mistake.
Okay. Were they all within the city limits of Killeen?
Within the ETJ and the city limits, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Approximately, if you know offhand, how many of the 1,059 are inside the city limits of Killeen that your department actually deals with?
I can get that answer for you.
I would appreciate that. Do you have a ballpark on percentage-wise?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay.
I didn't think to ask that question before coming.
That's okay. If y'all could just send that to us, that would be great. And then it's, I guess, for staff or for you, it's common for a municipality to pay for these inspections in technically what's county area if it's in our ETJ?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. So if it's in our ETJ, it's not actually within the city limits. We don't receive any funding for it. We don't collect taxes, and we don't get the sewer fees for it. Is it common for municipalities to pay the health department to monitor stuff that goes on in the county area?
No, ma'am, it's not. And I will double check on that.
Okay.
1,059 to ensure that it's either in the city limits or outside the city limits.
Okay, that's all I want to make sure. We're paying
Yes,
for
ma'am.
what we actually have within the city.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
All right, next is Hill County Transit District, the HOP, Mr. Daryl Burtner and Tony Austin.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Want to congratulate, I see new faces up here, so congratulations on your new office, and thanks for having us here this afternoon. This presentation, it really deals with requests for funds, obviously, but it's really intended to kind of go over some of our key performance indicators. But we have a lot of information, and this presentation is going to be like a rock skipping across the water. So it's we're just going to hit some high points there. But I did also want to mention that later this probably early summer, we're intending to have an additional workshop specifically for new members, kind of do a Transit 101 type of class, kind of explain in detail what our funding is, federal funding, state funding, local funding, how it all works, how the formulas work, and also our operations. So, but having said that, let me move through this. This is just a quick map of the service area, and you can see the lower left in the hashed purple. That is the actual expanded area that we expanded for 2026 this year. Just FYI on that. These are some of those KPIs that I talked about. Total completed rides, these are all 25 numbers, 2025, fiscal year 25. Completed rides was 213,116 rides there. It's roughly double what it was, a little more than double what it was in 24. And for 26, it is trending to be even higher in 26 as well. Customer satisfaction is rated at 95%. Average request per rider, 12.14, so that's per year. So of all the riders, they averaged about 12 for the year. Rides booked on the mobile app that we have on the cell phone was 68%. All the balance of the other appointments, reservations that were made, were done the old-fashioned way through our telephone to our customer service department. So we do still have that. So that's the breakout. 68% of them went through the app. Average travel durations was almost 16 minutes. Again, that's an average. And then average travel distance was just under 5 miles for each of those rides. Interestingly, we also tracked some behaviors and some impacts that take place. 32% of the riders use the HOP on a daily basis. I think that's an important number to know. And then 68% of the riders use it at least once a week. So pretty consistent usage with the riders. 56% of the riders are age 18 to 44, and then 44% of them are 45 or above. Just a quick breakdown there. Interestingly, on the right-hand side of the slide are the top destinations, and you can read those. But Lowe's Boulevard Walmart, Fort Hood Street Plaza, CTC, et cetera. Those are our top 6 destinations in Killeen. Key takeaways, you can read those, but on the right-hand side, it's just an interesting set of purposes or reasons that people ride. 28% of them tell us that they're riding just to run errands or to do shopping. 26% were related to medical appointments. 25% are related to work or employment, commuting to work. 12% were recreation or social, and 9% was education, and I believe that totals to 100. Real quick, the request that we are making for 2027 is $650,000 to cover Killeen's portion of the services that we provide in the city limits of Killeen. That is the same, thank you. That's the same amount as what we had requested in 24, 25, and 26. So we're sticking with that in 27. I did want to point out just a quick note at the bottom. I wanted to explain that. We do anticipate for 28. I just want to give you as much advance heads up as possible. We do expect that number to be higher in fiscal year 2028. And that's primarily because FTA, the Federal Transit Administration, has already notified us that their funding donation is going to go down. So we're expecting it to, the others, the local city contributions, which are used for grant matches, to go up some. I can't tell you how much it's going to be. All we know is the federal government told us they're probably going to lower it as much as 20%. So we'll have to see how the numbers come out when we actually get that information. And wanted to introduce Tony. Tony Austin is our Public Engagement Director, and I just want to let you all know, I'm going to be retiring at the end of July, and Tony's going to be the main guy speaking to you going forward a little bit here. So I've loved working with the city of Killeen and all of you that I've worked with and talked to before. Thank you. Questions?
Councilmember Bass.
I live over, first of all, congratulations on your retirement.
I've got some serious fly fishing to do.
Good. I live over by Lions Club Park. I spend a lot of time over there. And I noticed that HOP is absolutely crucial for our senior citizens that go to the senior center. Would you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely.
A very important demographic that's
Yes,
served
it
by
is.
HOP. And then I also noticed that CTC is the third top destination. So I suppose you're servicing the students who go there.
That's correct. We do.
Absolutely crucial demographics. Thank you.
Thanks. You know, we have gone to a microtransit system 2 years ago, and it's almost tripled in ridership since we started that. We still have the connector route that goes on the interstate between Coppers Cove and Temple, and you can, if you're going between cities, you can take that. But the microtransit system, it operates more like a Uber, if you will, only it's a shared ride Uber type of system, has done wonders. And we were worried about the seniors specifically, about using the app and would they use the system, et cetera. They've really adapted very,
Good.
very well.
That's great.
So, yeah.
Good.
Thank you. Other questions?
Councilmember Brown.
Good evening. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
What is Killeen's total percentage of ridership across the metropolitan area? Urbanized area,
Yeah.
let's put it that way.
The urban division serves Temple, Belton, Harker Heights, Killeen, and Coppers Cove. Obviously, Killeen is the largest city. Temple, followed by Temple. And it pretty much follows the funding amounts, because all the funding amounts are based on ridership and hours of service, how many vehicles are running, how many hours are the drivers driving, et cetera. And so I don't have the whole breakdown between all 5 cities, but Temple's, how much was Temple's contribution? 308, almost 309,000, and yours is 650. So, you know, that gives you a ballpark. The others are incidental, to tell you the truth.
So, because I seem to remember last year when you came in with the presentation, the numbers were pretty much the same for Killeen and Temple as they are in this request.
They
However, the amount of ridership was also almost the same between the 2 cities. Killeen is paying a higher cost per trip than our surrounding cities. And we still have yet to get a clear explanation as to why we pay more per trip than the other cities do.
It's really a function of the hours, the number of vehicles. You have more vehicles, therefore you have more drivers that are driving more hours. And you have a larger geographic area, it's more linear than what Temple is. And it literally just follows the dynamics of the 2 cities in that regard, physical attribute.
I'm going to try to save everybody a little bit of time and make this request. Could you send us the presentations for each of the other cities that you went to so we can see their numbers?
Sure, absolutely. There's no secrets there.
Let's save us all some time on that one today, okay? And then, I follow your Facebook page.
Okay.
Yesterday, you implemented a new process wherein when someone requests a ride, you give them a location that might be nearby, along with walking directions for them to get there. Is that correct?
That is correct. So what we have done is basically if you take out like the Lowe's Walmart area, you got all those stores are in the Lowe's Walmart area. Instead of having that bus go to each one of those stops, we now have consolidated, so that way we just have the clients having to walk a distance. So therefore the bus is not, if we have a bus dropping off somebody 2 stores down, it would save that time if we just consolidate that area.
So what's the point of it being on demand to pick you from place to doorstop to doorstop?
Again, it goes back to the efficiency. If I have one bus that's just picking up from one store down and another bus that's picking up 2 stores down, why not merge them together and put them on the same direction?
Okay, and we'll talk about it a little bit more offline, but if we're being told we're paying for the convenience to the citizen, they doubled the fare for the citizen because now it's more convenient. We now want them to carry their stuff to a different store to meet, so it's more convenient for the hop that we're already paying more money to. So I have a bit of an issue with that, especially if we have people who are a little bit mobility impaired, right? So how far, what's the length of the distance that you would say, okay, this is the maximum we're gonna ask somebody to walk in order to make it more convenient for our driver?
Well, we're not asking them to walk, I mean, we're only talking about a short distance inside a shopping strip or et cetera. We're not asking them to walk miles or a continuation down the streets. We already do this in a lot of apartment complexes because the apartment complexes are very, very complex that we can't figure out where everybody's living at, so we got a bus driving around trying to find that complex. So therefore, we put a pin there to say everybody meets here, and if everybody knows to meet here, then therefore it's a whole lot easier for the transport. Now, those with special needs can put the request into us to let us know they have special needs, that we can address those in their profiles to make a special request outside of the normal.
What percentage of your rides are on time? Because I noticed that we don't have that stat anymore.
Say that again?
What percentage of the rides are on time based on when they're ordered?
Oh, we couldn't fit them all in. We're trying to fit this into a 5-minute presentation. It's roughly, I think it was 80, 90% are on time.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Could we get that information
Sure.
also, please?
Yeah.
And then
We'll send you a total array of key performance indicators. You can read until you fall asleep doing it, so.
Yeah, Councilman Brown, every quarter I should be sending out a profile or stat sheets to you, so you can actually see them every quarter for us.
That would
So
be
that's something new that we're doing this year.
Right.
That would be very appreciated. And then my final thing, Pro Tem Gonzalez and myself had a town hall at the senior center a couple weeks ago or last week. One of their requests was to see if we can get a fixed route. We can maybe pick them up from the center, bring them to the council meeting for a few hours, and then take them back to at least over to the senior center. They want to be involved. They want to be able to be here, but currently, the way everything is scheduled, they can't necessarily make it here. And then there's also the question about, are we still going to have, or can we return to the silver route?
I'm going to take the first one.
So establishing a fixed route inside our system, it's the problem is it defeats the microtransit concept. So and it's very costly. It's very extremely costly to run a fixed route bus. A fixed route bus cost itself is almost 3 times the cost of a paratransit bus or a Ford Transit that we can operate. So if we add a fixed route, I mean, it is possible, but the problem is it will increase the funding amount that's going to be requested because it's got a whole different series of funding from us.
So what happens if all my seniors at the center all put in a 3 o'clock destination arrival time to City Hall from the senior center?
We do provide special trips in some cases, and we've done that for senior expos, running people from the Lions Park over to the Expo Center. We typically do that once or twice a year, where we send some larger buses. We still have some of the larger buses, and we will transport people on special runs. But we have to be very careful about what we're doing there. It can quickly be considered a charter, which is illegal for us to do. If it's directly at the request of a city council member, you guys being one of our stakeholders, and you specifically request that of us, we can provide a trip such as that. We just have to be careful how often we do it.
Councilman Brennan, in exactly what you're saying in this scenario, if everybody's going from the same place to the same place, in the microtransit zone, if they're booked all at the same time, they're gonna fill that bus up. So it just may mean that we may have to run one or two buses over there. But yes, there may be some that are gonna get left out or may have to wait until another bus comes up to pick them up.
And another thing to keep in mind with that, a fixed route bus is about $600,000 per copy, as opposed to the microtransit vehicles that we drive are $80,000 to $90,000, and we can buy 6 of them for what we could pay for a large fixed route bus. So that's why we've backed away from the fixed routes, and we utilize the curb-to-curb service with the microtransit. It's more efficient. If there's a large number of people, Tony's correct, the software will send more than one microtransit vehicle to pick them all up.
I'll probably follow up with email questions after I get all the reports.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Councilmember Williams.
Yes, my question is, do you all have any discounts or rebates or anything like that? I heard you mention about if the bus get full. And I know there are some people who don't have transportation, like to take their, to go to the grocery stores or whatever, and they're needing transportation from one area to another area. What would they, as far as to call you guys in to do to get those rebates or to get that type of?
Yeah, for example, our typical service within the city of Killeen is $2 per ride. If they are a senior, or if they're handicapped in some way, ADA qualified, a student, what else? Veterans.
Yeah.
Medicare.
Children under eight, I think,
12.
I believe, or 12.
Yeah.
So y'all do have some discounts?
Those are all
we do.
50%
Yes.
discount, so they're $1.
Yeah, $1. So those people who transfer in their bags or their groceries from place to place, is there enough room? Let's say that we have some that they have to have about 5 or 8, 7, 8 bags that they have to
Yeah.
bring on the bus. Do there be an issue with that as well?
Yes, so we do have a bag limitation for them on the bus, just because they have to occupy a space zone, or a safe zone. And also the fact that there's no way for us to be able to secure in case something happens inside that bus, where that groceries become a projectile in case of something happening. So each passenger gets on the bus, they have to be able to carry their bags on the bus. And that's their limitation.
Others?
Thank you so
Okay.
much. I
Thank
really
you very
appreciate
much.
what y'all do. I had the liberty to be on that board and to serve on that board, and y'all have made a 180-degree turn with Killeen as it concerns the transportation. Some people were not here when we did not have microtransit,
Yeah.
and it's night and day.
Yeah.
Totally.
We
So
agree.
thank you for what you do.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Killeen Rodeo, Mr. Brett Gordon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, esteemed council members. First, let me thank you for allowing me to speak today. The brief that you're going to see or that you have in front of you was presented to the council prior to our 2026 rodeo. So what you see, I'm going to actually brief the 2026 statistics. So with that, we'll get started. Rodeo Killeen is one of the city's longest running tourism events and visitor engagement. It's been part of our community for 79 years, and what began as a local small-town rodeo has now grown into a nationally recognized event that generates economic activity and brings positive attention to our city. So the 2026 rodeo was the best ever in recent history. It delivered record-setting attendance and visitor engagement. Over a 3-day event, we generated over 18,000 visits to the arena and attracted guests from over 40 cities and 4 different countries. The This represented a 35% increase over our 2025 numbers, which was pretty significant as well. These numbers demonstrate not only growing attendance, but also the continued success of Rodeo Killeen in attracting visitors, generating economic activity, and providing a high-quality experience that keeps people coming back year after year. In 2025, our event earned national recognition, including the WPRA Medium Rodeo of the Year and the Justin Best Footing Award. These honors reflect the quality of the event and the dedication of our volunteers, our sponsors, the City of Killeen, and our community partners. We are also named for this year. We served as the only Texas qualifier for all the Cowgirl athletes to go on to compete at Cheyenne Frontier Days this summer, which is the largest and most famous rodeo in the world, largest outdoor rodeo in the world. Rodeo Killeen is becoming increasingly recognized with the professional rodeo industry as a must-attend event. We had 611 contestants from 20 states and 4 countries. That's just a testament to where we've brought this rodeo. Simply put, Rodeo Killeen is more than a rodeo. It is a tourism asset, an economic driver, and a nationally recognized ambassador for the city. Am I doing this? Okay. One of the primary purposes of the hotel occupancy tax funding is to attract visitors who stay in our hotels, dine in our restaurants, and spend money in our local businesses. Rodeo Killeen does exactly that. Based on our visitor analysis, the rodeo generated approximately $553,000 in day visitor spending and $1.2 million in overnight visitor spending over the 3-day period. This resulted in an estimated economic impact of $1.8 million for the area. We tracked hotel room occupancy as 324 rooms. The alcohol sales alone within the arena was over 36,000, and that I think is probably one of the highest sales we had. The impact extends well beyond the rodeo grounds. It benefits local hotels, restaurants, retail stores, especially fuel stations with all those trucks and trailers coming in, and as well as supporting the vendors and concessionaires that come and participate at the rodeo. Simply put, the Rodeo Killeen delivers the type of visitor-driven economic activity that the hotel occupancy tax funding was designed to support, while providing a strong return on investment on the city of Killeen and its residents. Rodeo Killeen does more than bring visitors to our community. It also promotes Killeen to audiences across Texas and throughout the nation. Through our coverage on the Cowboy Channel, regional television stations, radio advertising, digital marketing, social media, we got the word out and highlighted the Killeen Civic and Conference Center complex. This level of exposure helps position Killeen as a destination of tourism and increases awareness of our events and facilities. Sorry, let me flip. As we look toward FY 2027, we respectfully request consideration sponsorship in the amount of $50,000. This investment helps Rodeo Killeen continue attracting our visitors, support local businesses, and promoting the city of Killeen across Texas and beyond. Funding directly supports regional tourism marketing, media advertising, event operations, visitor recruitment, and continued promotion of Killeen as a destination community. The return on investment is clear. From a single weekend event, Rodeo Killeen generated an estimated $1.8 million. So a $50,000 investment is really a cheap bargain for $1.8 million. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank
you. There's some things that you mentioned that I was going to highlight, so thank you again for sharing this information because, the significant amount of tourism and stability that you've brought to this area is unprecedented. We hope that it continues on and that it also helps other businesses around be able to either develop or to grow and to expand. Some things you did not touch on, though, were the fact that it's a unifying event, a community unifying event. The national prestige alone that this event has provided to us. We have been considered, I've heard it said on a couple of networks, that we are a premier destination for Western sports. That's pretty significant for the city of Killeen to be a premier destination for Western sports. This is in line with what I know a lot of us have been championing for putting Killeen on the map, getting a different light presented for us as far as being a key player in different industries, and this is one of them. So thank you for everything that you all have done. But also the give back. I didn't hear you mention that, but there is a significant give back to the community as well as part of this. Also people that might not have an opportunity to attend an event, to get exposure to this type of activity. You all do a lot for the community as well, so I hope that people inquire and understand how significant that is, especially for the youth here in Killeen. Thank you.
If I could just touch on a couple of things you mentioned. So earlier and during the prayer, she mentioned unifying, during the prayer. If you look at that event we had at the demographics of that rodeo, there was no trouble at that rodeo. Everyone had a great time. Everyone. To give back to the community. So 6,000 pounds of canned goods we donated to the Food Care Center. We issued 2 scholarships to 2 outstanding youths as part of this year. Thank you.
Councilmember Best. Some events are just pure joy, and when I was at the rodeo this year, I saw nothing but smiles on everyone's faces. I saw families, saw the kids playing, and as you said, it's a safe place for families to go, and I'd like to thank our law enforcement and our firefighters who were out there in force making it a safe environment for us. And I also want to especially thank you for inviting our Fort Hood soldiers and their families out. I know they had a fantastic time. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown.
Mr. Gordon, what is the Special Hearts Rodeo?
So the Special Hearts Rodeo is something we created 3 years ago. We wanted to add an inclusive event for people with special needs, not just children. So they come out on Saturday morning from 10 to 12, and we try to give them rodeo-like hands-on experiences. We had horses out there that I had my miniature horses out there that they could pet. We also had real horses that they could ride, special trained physical therapy type horses that were trained to handle people with multiple types of disabilities. They could ride those. They met with the rodeo clown. They learned how to rope. We served food. Local businesses provided some food. And then there was a lot of game type things that they could do. So again, that was I think this was our 3rd year doing that. Had about 100 attendees plus their families come through.
So it's definitely grown since last year's around 88 to 90.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd love an invitation to that next year.
Okay.
But I think this goes to, so the city of Killeen has talked a lot about adding a lot more inclusive programming into what we offer. This is an example of how one of our community partners, if we work with them, help them get the word out, you could probably grow that even more if we're assisting you and letting people know that there is an inclusive program that people can do if they're interested in that sort of thing.
Yes, I did about like 5 interviews through TV and radio, and everyone I really tried to hammer down on the special events or Special Hearts Rodeo.
Perfect. how much would you say that you did not receive in revenue because of the food you collected? So, and I want to make this clear to everybody, can you explain where that food comes from and how that affects your bottom line?
So in lieu of purchasing a ticket, you can, for $15 in advance, which we're really one of the cheapest rodeos. We're trying to keep it open to everyone by keeping that price down. You bring 6 canned goods and you get a free ticket. So we start working with one of our partners now Maxwell. They can go there and get advance tickets and drop off canned goods there, or they can bring the canned goods to the gate. So 4 truckloads filled, overflowing is what we collected. I did not count the cans.
That's okay.
I weighed them.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. And I don't feel like doing the mental math to figure it out right now,
Yeah.
but suffice it to say, that's a lot of $15 tickets.
Yes, ma'am, it is, as well as the active duty military, and all their families get in free on Military Appreciation Night. And then Dominion Energy sponsors all veterans free any night. And then we have our city employee night as well as our educator night. So we are giving away a lot of seats just to honor those 3 pillars of our community here, and make it affordable to everyone.
Now, Thursday night, I'm glad it was not city employee night because I think our fire chief or our fire marshal might have had to shut us down. Our stands were
He
a
did.
little over capacity
He did.
there. And
That's the first time that's ever happened.
And I'm very excited about that, to the point where I'm about to ask this next question. How many more people could we bring into the city of Killeen for the rodeo if we had more stands and more seating capacity? Do you think we could increase the turnout at that point?
So one thing we're looking at is increasing that capacity. We actually want to get a real study that we're going to look to kind of get funded, and then through Rodeo Killeen, and look at different options. There's that one northeast corner that we could put more stands there, over there by where the steers and calves come running out. We're looking at making, what can we do to make like a special party platform? More of a VIP experience for people to, and that would create more room. Most rodeos have something like that. So we're looking at some different ideas to increase that.
I know the city is also trying to figure out how we can make it more ADA accessible into the stands and accommodate more of that. And the last thing I will say that I would appreciate the city looking into as far as other improvements we can make over there is more bathroom space.
That is one of the number one things on our list that we want to talk and see where we can go with that.
Yeah.
Especially that current bathroom on the north end. We believe we believe we could expand that capacity there without great cost.
At this point, after being there, I'm almost willing to pay not great cost, but good cost for it.
Yeah.
And then on that note, we're talking about the expanding and all the other things to do over there. Because this does bring in so much tourism, you can tell us exactly how many hotel nights, exactly how much. I mean, you can give us a range of the number of cities people are coming in from, how many people are staying, how much they're spending. We know what that impact is. I would be willing to invest, I don't know, $80,000 to go into repair or upgrades over at the rodeo grounds, which we can use hot taxes, hot funds for that also. Doesn't have to be just advertising. But I would be more willing to take $80,000 and assist with some of those upgrades because that's an investment we can directly see that ROI on. Not that one is any more worthy than the other, but one is in the city of Killeen, one brings that tourism here, and one of them we can see that benefit right away. So I would take that $80,000 and put it into rodeo grounds rather than a museum outside of Killeen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I want to thank you I believe all of us, council, those that went out, we enjoyed all 3 days. Anyone else? Okay. Councilmember Williams.
I just want to thank you for giving Colleen that exposure. I'm a girl from the deep south of Mississippi, and so we know what it means to have a rodeo. And to see the excitement here, and every night, I mean, it was just packed every night. And then to have the Veterans Night was awesome, as you said, the free, getting in for free, and all the funnel cakes and all the different kind of foods and stuff that you guys had. I just thought it was just so awesome. And I just wanted to say that I appreciate you guys for having it. It took me back home and brought back so many memories, and I truly appreciate that. It was awesome. Thank you for that.
Well, thank you. Just Monday, next Monday, starts our first meeting for planning 2027.
Great.
And we have a lot of after-action comments to address. Some of them we spoke in here, and just continue to try to make it better every year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next is Clean Economic Development Corporation, Mr. Tyler Robert.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Good to see you. Appreciate y'all giving me the opportunity to present the Economic Development Corporation, our budget request for 26-27. So really kind of wanted to talk about the EDC's impact over the past couple of years, so we can kind of measure kind of some of the deliverables the corporation has been able to provide to the community. Some of these projects you'll kind of see, they date back 5+ years, but the amount of work that we still continue to operate on some of these, they never really stop, right? It's a lot of helping our businesses right now in the business park. A lot of this is even from just the standpoint of their expansion to working with the city to facilitate some of their new initiatives and projects. So we're really happy to kind of see how this has progressed the last couple of years. So we really wanted to highlight some of the few key ones that we've discussed. The USAM project, a great new opportunity. They're already looking to expand. We're working with them on that capacity. Dongjin, the same thing. We're actively working for a foreign trade zone designation for that property. And so we're happy to, or hopeful that that's going to be announced here within the next month or so. MGC Pure Chemicals, a company that's been here for quite a while, past couple years, but they actually just finished up their phase 2 development just back in February. So, and they'll be actually looking for expansion of their new services with a rail line system. So that'll be increased in their development as well as the jobs that they're going to be creating. So we really kind of, again, we just wanted to highlight some of the investment and the return on that from the city's standpoint. I think it was about this time last year, as part of our budget request, we really started talking about the marketing initiative that the EDC wanted to partake in. And it was part of that desire to make sure that we were telling our story before anybody else could at the end of the day. So we've really ramped up over this past fiscal year in terms of what the EDC, the city at large, and the community is. So we've partnered obviously with our local news stations in KDH and our TV stations, as well as you can see here, the Austin Business Journal. We've worked with them to really kind of highlight ourselves within the Central Texas market as a whole. Site Selection Magazine is one of the #1 site selection facilitating media coverage opportunities throughout the entire country. So we worked with them within our Texas issue right here, just highlighting the business park and the initiatives that the EDC is trying to hold in. One of the big ones that we're actually launched here within the past few months was our website, really highlighting again the new marketing approach that we've been taking, as well as, if you might have seen at the FCT Summit, was our new promotional video for the community itself, about 3.5 minute long video, but we kind of premiered that at that summit. The engagement process was also another big initiative that we've continued to look for, new opportunities to kind of push the Colleen Economic Development Corporation out to the front of the public, kind of talking about what we're doing, actively engaging with the public in a lot of different opportunities. Obviously, the Economic Luncheon was the first in series last year, so we're looking to provide that again this summer. The Foraging Central Texas Industry and Growth Summit, I think that was a great success for us in a standpoint of really kind of bringing new industry and new life kind of into the community, showing them what Killeen was doing, and also kind of being able to have a lot of those high-level conversations that are happening throughout the state right here in the city. So we're really kind of happy about that, and really kind of where that's going to be progressing here next year and kind of going forward. So really also wanted to kind of highlight where we stand within our land development and future planning within the EDC. As we can kind of show here, the EDC's facilities, the properties that we actually own in the park, right now we stand at 94% rented out, in line with our new partnership with Texas A&M Central Texas. So we're really happy about their workforce pipeline that they've developed out for our military personnel and the incubator system that they're going to be facilitating out of one of the EDC's buildings within the business park. We've talked about it before, the business park itself, in terms of opportunities, is quickly going down. Right now, we have less than 40 acres of contiguous land. So we're always actively looking at new opportunities to bring in new partners, to look at other opportunities that we can kind of develop out and sell as opportunities for businesses looking to build out here in Killeen. Santa Fe Industrial Park is a big one that we've been looking at, partnering with a private landowner to increase the footprint for our industrial projects. And then again, the Wolf Tech Life Science Park is a big part of our initiatives to continue to diversify the economy, providing new job opportunities for our residents. And so into the budget request itself, we're looking at different types of facilities, and we wanted to make sure that we were spreading around city funding into a number of initiatives that could provide the highest return on investment to the city itself. Our contracts and incentives really kind of delve into exactly what that the contracts that we facilitate through the city, such as Hot Dust, GASDA, our incentives that we have with some of our businesses for the fiscal year, professional fees, including accounting, engineering, surveys, land improvement and maintenance that touches our business park and making sure that that business park continues to operate at a high level and functionality. Our economic development services cover staff time and marketing initiatives. The Wolf Tech and Life Science Park, that's a key initiative in terms of expanding out the next phase of construction for the TxDOT shoulders that we would look to install for the park. And again, property insurance. So really kind of that brings our total budget request to the city for this fiscal year, $1.5 million. This time, if there's any questions.
Councilmember Brown.
Good afternoon, Mr. Robert. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Good, thanks. Who is your property insurance coverage with?
So we have a number of property insurance companies. We work with BKCW to provide us different wholesale opportunities. So that gets changed out each year. And so I would have to get back and give you the actual detail, but it changes for each property.
Is it possible for TMRL to be able to cover because you are a quasi-government agency? Or
Absolutely. And if it's something that the city would potentially look at allowing us to use TMRL, that might actually be a large savings for the corporation.
And I apologize, it should be just TML, not.
Yes.
We're going to forget the retirement
Understood.
part of it for now. I think that might help us with that cost. If we can save costs anywhere, we can put more into incentives. Where are we at with SEO progress and for the public SEO search engine optimization? So when people search for different things, it comes back and if you say in Central Texas, Killeen and Killeen opportunities are going to pop up at the top of, let's say, Google.
Yeah, absolutely. So part of our initiative, the new website build out actually creates obviously systems within Google Analytics so that we can track a lot of that information. We share that with our board members as part of our marketing report. That as well as part of our new initiatives that were detailed into marketing performance agreements with some of the magazines and other contractors that we signed to facilitate some of that information. So we can definitely provide more information on exactly what those look like.
I'd appreciate it and to see what the metrics are for how it's improving. For full disclosure, you and I have met previous to tonight during my onboarding to go over some of the different things KEDC has going on, and I know that some of them are very exciting. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions I asked while we were there.
Sure.
Where are we at with the grocery store for North Killeen?
So there's the long answer and a short answer. For time, kind of the short answer is that you'll actually see within the economic development services line item, the $250,000. Part of that initiative is actually for us to be able to hire out a director or manager of business recruitment. So that would actually fall in line with that new potential position.
Let's go with the long story and tell me what you told me before.
So that really kind of coincides with the fact that the Economic Development Corporation's, our standpoint about the year that I've been here, pertaining to kind of the direction that we've received from the board of directors, city staff, has been that we would really kind of focus more on the primary job workforce creating entities. And so that's where we would heavily put our marketing and business recruitment efforts.
I appreciate you being political and tactful about this. I'm not going to be. I'm going to cut to the chase. You had told me that you hadn't been trying to recruit one because you were told that's not the job of the Economic Development Corporation. Is that correct? That's what you told me when we met?
It was the direction we were given, was to go and recruit industrial companies.
And that you needed to stay in your lane and not worry about that. This was the conversation you and I had, and I told you I was going to bring this up tonight. So, just so everybody knows, I'm not attacking, I'm not catching off guard. This was something I had already told. And Mr. Cagle had informed me Mr. Cagle told you stay in your lane and that you were going to work on that and not work on getting a grocery store at this time.
We were directed to go after industrial projects.
And the reason I'm confused by that is because I see that you've been assisting Colleen Urgent Care and they're not industrial.
Yes, so those are part of initiatives that, again, have been part of the city requests to come to us, similar to the Southern Roots Initiative. The EDC doesn't particularly provide direct benefits to downtown revitalization, for instance, but under request from city staff, city council, we can definitely operate in those spaces to assist some of those businesses and initiatives.
Where I'm getting at, I don't recall the city council ever voting to bring an urgent care center or 3 of them to the city. What I do recall is the city council voting, making a motion of direction for EDC to have a top priority to bring in a grocery store in order to continue getting funding. And I understand that was before your time. I understand you're being told something different. I guess the question then is, why would staff, and if it was a particular staff person, it would be helpful to council to know who that was so that we know exactly who to address the questions to. But why would staff come back and then turn around and tell the director of the EDC something opposite of what the citizens had said?
I don't know if I can comment to that right now at this time.
So you're not willing today to tell me again who specifically it was from the city who told you?
I don't know if it'd be correct in this public forum.
Okay.
Councilmember Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had one question, but I got several now. I'll go with my original question. So for the jobs you had on your first slide.
Yes, sir.
Wow, the jobs you had on your first slide, do you have the metrics? Are they local people, or did those companies bring those people with them and they fill those jobs? Or do we have a metric like the local people, local students, internships, something? Because when we look at that money, we want to make sure that the best ROI we can get is our citizens, if they're employed by those companies. So do we have any metrics about how many local people did they get in these jobs?
So what we can do is actually tie to the workforce traffic that goes inflow and outflow from the community. We don't have specifics detailing to the company itself because that's really kind of detailing to an HR matter for a privately held company. So we can't really go too much into specifics. I can say there's not any performance agreements between any of the companies right now that relate to the actual number of jobs that have to be created locally versus in total.
Okay, all right. And I guess to follow up with Councilmember Brown, I'm a little confused about and I'm new. I'm one of the newer council members. You and I don't think we've ever met before. So you had direction to do something from the council, and you didn't do it. Is that what happened?
No, sir. It was direction provided from the board of directors, is whose staff effectively reports to, which the city council sits on. So that is our direct line of communication. Now, obviously, we have the opportunity to kind of sit before you, report back, and if there is a request from the city council, They then have the opportunity to, at the Board of Directors meetings, to provide direction to staff.
Direction of staff to concentrate on a grocery store in North Killeen, but then somebody on City of Killeen staff said don't do it, or focus somewhere else.
It was directed that we facilitate the recruitment of industrial development, and the city would pertain more towards the recruitment of commercial development.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Thank you. I'm also in the same position that you are at this time. So I would like to, and again, this might not be the appropriate forum for that, but I definitely want to get to the bottom of where that information came from. Is during my time on KEDC, I know that one of the specific directives was actually to revisit all of the potential vendors that had come before us that were possibilities that maybe had expired or did not quite work out for one reason or another. And that was, in fact, the direction that was provided by council when I was on there for the time that I was on there. So I would like to definitely know when that directive changed, so we can speak offline about that. That's going to be critical information to know, especially since this has been a community project for years. We've been working on since before 2019. We've been pushing for a grocery store. So this is all hands on deck. I've made all calls from this dais. People have known, communities have known, organizations have stepped in. So for one of our major ones to be pushed out or stepped out or assigned out after we've given clear instruction, this is completely unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. We'll follow back up with that. My question was, or my statement was regarding foreign trade zones. Okay, and we'll come back to the other, but foreign trade zones, we kind of brushed over it, but they're extremely important. So I wanted to clarify. Did you say that we are working on it? Have we received the designation, or where are we in that process?
So right now, the application is sitting with the Foreign Trade Zone Board, the U.S. government's Foreign Trade Zone Board. So they're looking at final declaration. The application itself had to go through a number of processes where it had to be resubmitted, obviously because of the government shutdown that delayed that timeline by a few months, as well as the company needing to go back and actually add items to identify what items would be sitting within the Foreign Trade Zone. So it's just been adjusting, just going back based on either federal level issues or the company's issues.
Okay. And so this is, for those that don't know, this is an extremely important designation to have. We've got several people in our audience who've talked about where are the manufacturing companies and things like that. And having this particular designation would eliminate delays for industrial, the tariff cost. It would help minimize a lot of expenses that a lot of organizations have or are experiencing right now. But it would also, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, maximize our competitiveness here regionally, which as the City of Killeen is pushing to establish ourselves as a regional leader in this corridor for Bell County, for Texas, it's extremely important to be able to attract international companies. Would you say, is that a true statement?
Absolutely. It's really been paramount in our ability lately to attract a lot of that foreign direct investment that we've heavily targeted as part of our strategy in our recruitment process. Being able to kind of show that we're able to provide for that initiative, the speed in which the city, the county, and school district were able to respond to that initiative was very eye-opening to a lot of companies that we've talked to. And so just, again, congratulations to the city being able to kind of move forward with that so quickly. It's something that a lot of other communities have looked at. We would still, with the creation of this foreign trade zone, would be the first within Bell County. So it really is a highlighting feature for us in our recruitment process.
This is huge, especially with us being so strategically located and with ease of access to Austin and Dallas and all the other markets, as we consider ourselves the heart of Central Texas. It is important for Killeen to be a leader in this particular type of industry, with Texas being open for business. That puts Killeen in a very, very important part for us to continue to grow our city and increase our ability for additional funding and business opportunities and jobs and things along those lines. Now, Tyler, I just want to also state on the record that it was not a personal attack against you. I am livid at this point, but it's not to you personally. But I do want to get to the bottom of that, so I do expect to have a conversation after.
Oh, we will.
Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Council Member Williams.
I agree with Councilwoman Gonzalez about getting to the bottom of this. I live in that area, and so this is near and dear to my heart. Not just the grocery stores, but you have other issues as well on that side of town. But grocery stores are one of the big issues there. I remember when it was raining and when the weather was really cold, and we had to drive way on the other side of town in order to get food because we don't have anything here. So to hear this playing out the way that you were saying, this playing with people's lives as well. Because these folks don't have nothing on this side of town, not one thing on this side of town. As far as grocery store, well, they say we have grocery stores, but we don't have traditional grocery stores. So could there be any plans in the future? Because I want to work on help you all with this part if I could, because that's the side that I live on over there on the north side. What is it possible that we could do for that north side as far as with the grocery stores?
Yeah, absolutely. No, there's definitely an opportunity for EDC to begin impactfully adding to that initiative to recruit the grocery store. Like I mentioned, part of the budget request is for us to actually hire out staff directly attributed to recruiting that grocery store itself. So if we can actually put real physical manpower day to day towards that initiative, that will go a long way in our goal of actually recruiting that.
Are they planning on putting the grocery store on that side? It's just my question. Are they? Because it's been so long since we had a grocery store on that side of the town.
We would really have to kind of do a study in terms of the commercial market. As I mentioned, we really kind of delved specifically into the industrial component, but we can definitely obviously facilitate the expansion of really the initiatives, the EDC, to really kind of look at some of those in commercial projects, not even just relating to the grocery store, but a lot of the other commercial projects that we have without the community itself, such as Anthem Park or some of the other initiatives.
Yes, yes. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Brown.
Can you define to us what economic development services are for $250,000?
Sorry, let me go to the slide real quick. So for this amount, what we were showing is the impact in terms of staff time allocated directly towards the economic development initiatives. So your full-time staff members, the Killeen Chamber of Commerce is the employer record for KEDC staff, but there is select staff within that is 100% of their time allocated towards the EDC initiatives. So part of this is that. Another component of this is the marketing efforts, such as you've seen with the website, with the video development, with our initiatives with Austin Business Journal, and so on.
And I don't recall when anybody had said that economic development staff works for the Chamber of Commerce. In fact, we keep being told the exact opposite.
No, my words were that the Chamber of Commerce is the employer of record. So that was an initiative created to really help facilitate the actual administrative costs between both organizations and carry a lot of that heavy burden. So what you have really is a shared agreement between housing a lot of the admin. So think of your HR, your finance, your bookkeeping, your property management, your front desk, your marketing people, those staff members that you would share within any organization. Those are shared costs. And then you also have your staff that exclusively deals with Economic Development Corporation initiatives.
So I'm gonna say once again that if there is going to be something like that, there needs to be an RFP put out for it. Really needs to be separated between what is the Chamber of Commerce and what is Economic Development Corporation. Excuse me. Because I know in the past that had been a $500,000 number, so I'm not sure where that number went to. But there's also about 3 people who work full-time for EDC, if I remember correctly. And we're supposed to have one of the brightest business-minded boards available that we put together for EDC, so they should be able to handle payroll and expenses and keeping the books for 3 people and a relatively small budget. I'm going to also request 3 things. I'd like a full copy of the budget and the audit that went with it that shows all the incentives. And I would also like a copy of the minutes from the meeting where the board gave direction in a meeting to EDC that said, don't do what the council said. Instead, we don't want you to recruit this commercial property. We want you to only recruit manufacturing and industrial. Because if indeed it was the board that gave that direction, there should be record of it in minutes with a vote.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nash King.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I'm completely blown away about how this has played out. I really am. And I'm not going to really go, it really doesn't matter what I say to you because you're not the board. I know I sat on the board, Councilmember Kendrick sat on the board, and Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez is sat on the board. And so, wow. So let me say it this way. I'm disturbed by what I heard because the simple fact we had more than our share conversations about the north side, just in general.
Right.
The grocery store, healthcare, transportation, bus. I mean, I can go on all the things that the north side is in need of. It's not one greater than the other, but you need all of it working together. I wasn't a part of that conversation or whatever transpired, and I guess I feel kind of foolish in a sense, because I sat in that seat and that's all I said, no matter what. You may give up, but I'm going to continue to push for a grocery store on the north side. But it's no fault of yours. I just want to say you have done an extraordinary job. And you're not even the chair of the Chamber of Economic Development. You just interim at this time. They haven't hired anyone for that position. But on the flip side, since everybody have spoken about that, the information will be coming to us to get down to the fact. But on the other side, the coin is all the great things that KEDC have done on that side of town with the industrial park and Wolf Park. Let's talk about that, because I'm a real big fan of anything economic development, especially on that corridor going straight to Austin. Do y'all have any businesses that have considered coming to that area?
Yes, ma'am. We've received LOIs for that property. We've also received requests to purchase out the park entirely. That's not something we're looking to do right now. The mission of the park itself was to diversify the economy, providing different opportunities itself. So we want to make sure we continue towards a lot of that, the original intent behind the creation of that park itself. And so, yes, we have seen quite a lot of development opportunities. We are engaging with companies actively. That's part of the budget request now. We are seeing a lot of interest in the community itself. And why we feel it's so imperative that we create more shovel-ready sites here within the community itself. A lot of what we're seeing from companies that we've talked to lately have been directly discussed to us the fact that the development process that they're seeing isn't meeting the timeline that they need at the end of the day. And a lot of that is facilitated by the fact that what we're presenting is greenfields rather than the shovel-ready sites that these companies need to move quickly. And so that is part of the initiative. We want to make sure that the Wolf Tech and Life Science Park has that opportunity to meet the criteria for the companies, especially since some of them are also really sitting in that advanced manufacturing, life science sector. And so they know at the end of the day what their KPIs, what they need in terms of land development needs to look like. And so we want to make sure we have the best opportunity going forward. And so that is with the increased budget request really attributed for this fiscal year, is to make sure that we're moving forward with that piece of property. People driving through can already see that we've already moved a lot of the trees and shrubbery just from a marketing standpoint to get that land ready and facilitate the actual expansion process. So this would be the next step in that initiative, is making that site ready, putting in the TxDOT turning lanes and the curb cuts and entry points within the property itself. And that'll give us a great opportunity to bring businesses, site selectors, brokers down to actually see the property itself and show that it is quite a bit further along in the shovel readiness.
Yes, sir. And my last question to you, we had spoken, the board at that time, and for the record, each board with council members on it have different conversations, because sometimes this council does not have a directive. Sometimes it's just us trying to bring, like this discussion, bringing businesses in. When are you going to have the opportunity to go in detail, if you have not, maybe you have, with all the new council members on the projects that we're working on?
Yeah, we've.
Well, I'm not on there anymore, I'm sorry.
No, our initiative really is to go with each of the council members, kind of have singular conversations, just get everybody updated on KEDC. And we've really kind of started that initiative. And then obviously a lot of functions started popping up on our calendar, such as the 14th Central Texas Summit. That really kind of delayed a lot of the things that we were doing just from a staff perspective. But now that we're past that point, past this budgetary process, or at least putting the initial points together, we'll be re-engaging with those conversations, and hopefully we'll be able to kind of sit down and meet with y'all and kind of go through a lot of the projects that we've been working on.
Okay, and one more thing, it was also the board, I think Mayor Pro Tem was on there with me, to have a book to break it down, what do KEDC do?
Yes, ma'am. We have that book now in hand. And so we've actually started implementing that and providing it to board members at each of our board meetings. I'm sure Councilmember Kendrick can attest to that fact. It's a pretty thick book. But it's, again, something we'd like to share with the council members as well, kind of just to understand this is what economic development is, this is what our corporation is, this is how all of the economic development entities within the city work together to help facilitate growth of the community itself. So we look forward to kind of having those conversations in those meetings.
All right, thank you, sir.
Councilmember Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just some questions came to mind throughout the developments of the evening. So going back to the funding for the new position, for the $250K in the development services, that does not include the new position that you're asking for. That's another additional $150,000.
No, sir, that does include the position. The $250,000 does include all full-time staff, plus the new position, plus marketing expenses.
So the new position, okay, so economic development, north side of town.
Yes, sir.
That's what I'm hearing. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Secondly, I heard Councilwoman Brown said something about some urgent cares that were brought online. Were any of those on the north side of town?
Yes, sir. The one that was located was on Rancier. That initial project, I believe, and I believe some of our council members can speak to it, was for the fact that there was a stated need for urgent care clinics to be established on the north side of town. And so that was part of our KDC's initiative to be a part of that conversation and provide an incentive for the development of that project.
Thank you. And just for a point of clarification, I know it's for the mayor, for staff, that during the presentation, we heard the term staff member directed KDC to move in a different direction. So is that a meeting that we have a future agenda item on that to discuss that, or how do we get to the staff member?
If council would like to bring that forward, they could do a motion of direction to bring it forward at a future meeting.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm going to make a motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion at this point that, based on the report that we had this evening, the place on a future agenda item to I don't want to use the word investigate, but look into the matter of the staff member that gave that direction to KEDC.
I second that.
There was a motion by Councilmember Kimball to, let's just clear exactly your motion. Could you say that motion again, sir?
Sure. Our motion of direction for a future agenda item based on the report tonight, that we look into the staff member that gave KEDC the direction to not look for the grocery store on the north side of town.
So your motion to...
For a future agenda item.
Future agenda item.
To discuss this item.
Pretty much.
Yeah, this to further discuss this item, who that staff member was, or how it came to be.
And it was seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez. And all in favor? Signal by saying yes, and all opposed, no. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Council. Somebody else.
Next is
Councilman-
Children's
thank you.
Advocacy
Council-
Center of Central
sorry?
Texas.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
He had another question. We had another council member.
Not about him. Mr. Mayor, can we take a 5-minute break, please? Not only for,
Yeah, we were trying, if you would like, we can take it now, but we're trying to just get through these presentations.
well, we've been going for,
We'll take a break in just a few. But if you need to leave and go, you can, feel free to. Yes,
Ready to continue? Okay. Okay.
yes, ma'am.
Next is Children Advocacy Center of Central Texas, Dr. Jennifer Castillo.
Hello, Mayor, council members. Thank you for allowing me a few minutes, 5 or less to be exact,
Good afternoon, ma'am.
to share
Good
with you
afternoon.
about the Children's Advocacy Center. Our agency, if you keep up on how many calls come into the child abuse hotline, we have about 7,900 intakes that our agency alone reviewed in 2025. Through our agency, we provide case coordination for children who have been sexually or physically abused, who have witnessed a crime in our communities. At our agency, we conduct forensic interviews. A family advocate is assigned. We, this year, implemented comprehensive case management system where all families are provided with comprehensive case management. All families who come to our center, not just the alleged victim child, but their siblings and parents, now qualify for mental health services free through our agency. And we conduct monthly case reviews through a multidisciplinary team approach that includes law enforcement, Children Protective Services, the district attorney's office, along with the therapist and forensic interviewers. So I'm just going to breeze quickly over our kind of big picture, but I want to spend more time talking about our impact in Killeen specifically. So we serve 3 counties, Bell, Milam, and Coryell. This past year, in 2025, we conducted 750 forensic interviews, 265 medical examinations for children. We provided just over 2,500 family advocacy services, over 3,000 mental health sessions, about 2,700 case coordination services, and we have, as I mentioned, reviewed almost 8,000 intakes through the hotline. But let me spend a few minutes talking about Killeen. So the city of Killeen, over half of our families and children that are referred to our agency come from the city of Killeen. This last year, when we really looked at how we're serving the city and the members of this beautiful community, we noticed some gaps. Our main location is located in Belton. So if you're a family in the city of Killeen, there might be transportation barriers. You get off work, now you gotta drive kiddos all the way down to Belton for therapy services. So a couple of things that have happened this year that we're really proud of. One, we've partnered with KISD, and our therapists can now, starting in the fall, go into the schools to provide mental health services within the school systems. 2, we now have a fully operational CAC on Fort Hood. And while that directly serves our military families, it's also open to law enforcement such as Killeen Police Department, to Children's Services. And we've coordinated with security a process where families who aren't connected to the military can get quicker access safely onto the military installation to receive services there. Next, we will open in 2 weeks a standalone mental health counseling center right here in the city of Killeen to serve families. So we are very excited about that. Fort Hood, so that you know, is the first CAC that has ever been put on a military installation, and now we are leading a national model to implement CACs across military installations throughout the United States. The next thing that we're really proud of is historically we have served children 3 to 17. Now we just implemented a program that we're calling First 5. So thinking about how can we better serve pregnant women and men, and children 0 to 5 to support strengthening families and child abuse prevention. So now we're able to serve those families that are the most vulnerable, right? I can remember being a young mom and being like, they don't come with a manual. I wish they did. So those are some of the ways that we have specifically addressed some of the gaps for the residents of the city of Killeen that we're really honored to do. So here's our ask. This calculation is looking at, we estimate the cost is about $1,000 a case. Our total cases that we had just for your city alone was just over 523. And those additional funds this year would really go to support and enhance our 0 to 5 program, strengthening our mental health services, and our case coordination here within the city of Killeen. Thank you for your time.
Any questions from the council? Councilmember Brown.
I would just say that this is an invaluable service. Everything from those investigations, which end up helping our police to bring people to justice when they injure or do unthinkable things to the children of our community, to the mental health services provided, because it's few and far between that we have those programs, especially at low to no cost, or for those people who are uninsured. So I just want to make sure that as I'm saying that, those services are provided low to no cost and for people who are also uninsured.
Councilmember Brown, thank you for highlighting that. It's 0 cost, and that cost never increases. And the child is entitled to mental health services along with their siblings or family members up until the child is 18. And if we're able to start therapy services, let's say the child is 17 and a half, tomorrow's their birthday, we do the intake today, we will continue to provide those therapeutic services. And mom or dad can call us when kiddo's in college, and we will still provide those free mental health services to that family.
Do you have an idea of the percentage of growth you've seen for services for Killeen residents?
Yeah, I would say that our growth this last fiscal year, about 25%. And I will say that that's not because more people are abusing children in the city of Killeen. I would say that's because we've been able to expand our services to include more of those at-risk individuals.
And with another only $17,000, you could expand that even further?
Prayerfully, yes.
Then I am in full support of your full ask. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bass.
I taught at Ellison High School, and I was shocked by some of the situations of our students. So thank you very much for being able to go into KISD.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you for what you do. Really appreciate it. It really
Thank you.
helps in Killeen.
I appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time this evening.
Thank you.
All right, next is Family in Crisis, Suzanne O'Moore and William Hall.
Good afternoon, sir. Ma'am.
Thank you for having us here today, Mayor and council members. We're here to talk about our homeless shelter program. Families in Crisis would like to partner with the City of Killeen to continue its efforts to provide low-barrier, housing-focused crisis beds to persons experiencing homelessness. We're requesting GAP funding in the amount of $350,000 from the City of Killeen to operate the shelter facility. The city has provided GAP funding for us in the amount of $664,456 for operations at Friends in Crisis Homeless Shelter since 2024, which was when we began experiencing those funding shortfalls. Okay. These are our numbers served since 2024. These are for our services in Killeen. You'll see that the Friends in Crisis numbers are the first set of numbers. That was 736 people in 2024. In 2025, we served 857 through that program. That's a 16.4% increase. You can see our shelter and outreach domestic violence programs served 1,803 and 1,486, and then we housed 1,725 people through our housing programs in Killeen those 2 years. We also provided the warming center at the Friends in Crisis shelter 50 nights since 2025, and that resulted in an additional 185 people in the shelter, in addition to our regular shelter clients. These are the other funding sources that we've requested. There's a couple of things to note here. ESG, that's not guaranteed, and that number of 298,190 only includes 62,963 for shelter operations. The rest of that has to go to housing assistance. That VA contract bed, 50,000, is kind of a conservative estimate. We're on year 3 of a 5-year contract with them. We've been running those contracts since 2015. We've applied to CDBG through the city for a case manager for the shelter in the amount of $30,000. That's still pending. We are meeting with Bell County Commissioners Court on Friday to propose to them. We're asking them for $150,000. Some other things we have in the pipeline that we could be thinking about would be, we're in the second phase of our application to be a bingo partner with a new facility opening in Harker Heights. We've also been trying to build up some third-party fundraisers. The Temple Rotary is, we're going to be the recipient of their dueling pianos event in July. Oh, can we go back one real quick? This number down here, this 292,963 is, no, that is correct.
That is correct.
That is the correct one. Okay, we've got a bad one here.
They got it fixed. The Friends in Crisis shelter program costs approximately $980,000 a year to run the facility operations for this program. FIC's operational funds for the program is roughly $292,963, which is what we showed you on the slide before. The gap funding that we're requesting is $350,000. We've asked this a couple times in the past, last 3 times. It is the gap funding to get us from here where we run out to when new funding starts. It's been an ongoing commitment between the city and Families in Crisis so that we can keep this homeless shelter fully operational and be able to help as many people as we can. Without the gap funding, it will mean that we will have to reduce our capacity. Ooh. Their whole slide missing? Other ways. I think this is the old presentation.
Just go into this.
Yeah, I'll just talk it. It's not on. The city,
You can,
with this funding, we're gonna, if we don't get it, and we're also asking Bell County for money, and we keep asking for money and try to use the city's money last. You're the last resort to spend it. We want you to spend every federal dollar and state dollar we can first. But some of the things that we could do, the city could bear the cost of our city utilities, water, garbage, sewage. Give it to us for free. That in itself would free $16,000 a year. Granted, it's not $200,000, but it's something going towards relieving the pressure of the negative that we do have. And we hope working together, we will overall get this. If we don't get funding, then we're going to have to start reducing our operations, because we're going to still try to help as many folks as we can. But we will decrease operations for Friends in Crisis dramatically, which means we'll have more people on the street, more people homeless, and less people that can be helped. And we will eventually have to transfer it into a housing program or something.
Councilmember Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. The numbers that you presented today, do you have any other funding sources besides what you presented today? Do you get money from any other funding sources?
Those are the ones we've asked for so far. We're in the funding cycles.
No, I'm sorry. Maybe my question wasn't clear. Besides the money, besides what you presented today, do you get money from anywhere else?
Do Families in Crisis gets
Yeah.
money? Yes, from HUD. We get money from HHSC for the domestic violence shelter. We get money from the Office of Attorney General.
And are those?
They are earmarked for different programs.
Okay. But are they coming in at the same level, or are they being increased?
Some of them are. Most of them are being increased, not decreased. It is hard to get funding for homeless. The homeless population is the hardest population to get funding.
I understand that, and
The other ones are getting increases.
Okay, so you have other
Or at least breaking
funding
even.
sources besides the ones you outlined today?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
sir.
And as the many years that I've spent in law enforcement, and those who have been there, they tell you the best way to decrease crime is prevention. So what have you got, or are you in the business of preventing people from becoming homeless? Or is that something that we can do so people don't even have to use your service? Instead of us just pushing money out year after year.
Part of our job is to get people ready for that point where they can meet opportunities. But one of the things that has to happen is they have to have access to jobs that pay them a living wage, where they are going to be able to maintain housing. They have to have rents that they can afford. Otherwise, that cycle will continue.
Yeah, absolutely, and I
So-
think we've heard.
And we can't really impact those things.
Yeah, I mean-
All we can impact is that person's
Yeah, and we can,
readiness.
because we talked about the economic development, we're trying to
Right.
do some things and try to get city residents jobs. But if we can prevent people who are on the verge of missing a few mortgage payments, or people living in U-Haul facilities and things like that, I mean, I want to put money to prevent people from becoming homeless, besides continually give money to people who are homeless. And don't get me wrong, it's a program that I think is needed. I was instrumental when we started the homeless outreach team years ago. I understand that, but at some point, right? At some point, we have to say, where do we need to put the money to prevent people from becoming homeless?
Well-
And I don't know if that's not in your bingo card. I get that. We'll find somewhere else. But at some point, we just have to say, we can't be the bank. And if you're getting money asked from other places, I mean, I would like to see that bigger picture, if we can, to see where you're getting. We can adjust accordingly, instead of just year after year just pushing the money out.
Well, let me try to explain that a little bit. If you notice on this slide here, that part of our ESG money is homeless prevention. That's to prevent them from becoming homeless. That's that one that's a couple rent payments behind, that we could catch them up, keep them from coming to the shelter.
Things that we
That's
can do
when
probably without
outreach-
going through you. We can do that without going through you, right?
Huh?
We can do that ourselves without going through you. We don't have to. You're not the only one that can.
No,
do
no,
that,
I'm
right?
not the only one. You're
Okay,
correct.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure that's clear. Thank you. I don't have any more questions, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and to add on, Ms. Councilmember Kimball, there's a lot of ways you can prevent, but you can't tell, for whatever reason, a person that is homeless. It's a number of reasons that people are homeless. And you can't really just totally wipe the prevention or stop people from being homeless. There's just no way. You're gonna have homeless all the time. There's not gonna be a day that you don't have somebody out there homeless, for whatever reason. And so that's what you have to keep in mind too, just to help you out there. I deal with the homeless as well, working with families in crisis. So there's just, for whatever reason they are homeless, you can't, they may come from Oklahoma. They may have lived here and their husband left them and they're homeless. And so I just wanted to help you out with that, sir. Mhm. Council, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thank you all for presenting here to us today. This is a very sensitive subject, and so understanding to the mayor's point that there are challenges that people face on the regular and that sometimes things happen we can't control, understanding that, but also to Council Member Kimball's point, there has to be a point where we have to really evaluate what it is that we're doing. You mentioned the fact that, we want to make sure that obviously whatever funds we have that we're allocating are going to the best possible cause and at the highest use, right? And so with that said, we understand that not only are you all having difficulties and nonprofits are having challenges, the city is also experiencing those things due to cutbacks, due to setbacks and such. And so on top of that, our future projections, as we're looking out, we have to constantly just figure out where those funds are coming from and then how best to allocate them. So I'm sure we all understand that. I just wanted to make sure that was said. Now, the question was asked, though, I know there was a directive given by council, and I also followed up in an email inquiry, but the last time you all were before us, I asked specifically, and it was supported by other council members, understanding the challenges that we have and that we need to come together as a community. I always do my all calls, I call them from the dais. But we asked about your organization on top of these standard funding opportunities to partner with local organizations who shared the same mission and vision that you all had, because we obviously know that we can do more together. And so the challenge there that was given to you all was to partner with potentially local churches or other organizations who share the same mission and vision. And I never received, and I did request, but I requested a breakout of those organizations that you all reached out to and what their specific responses were and what your specific request was. Because, we'd like to know if there are organizations here that maybe don't know that you need the help that could potentially help. Have you all done that? Because I've not received that information.
We did. We did reach out to other organizations, and we already had a whole list of organizations. Because Families in Crisis, we have a long list of organizations, churches, different kind of groups and things that donate to us or do canned good drives, food drives, different things on our behalf. So we have had a list. We sent that back through.
So the ask was, though, specifically for funding, because that's what we're looking at here is the dollars. So for the funding assistance, have you all requested from local churches or the organizations to partner, create community pools for service? Have you reached out to the community or put a call for a need to the community to help create a funding opportunity for the services that you need?
They send us money. For the homeless shelter, we get money.
So is it possible to get a breakout of that? Yes. Or is it not sufficient? Because you're asking for, what I'm asking for is, I'm sorry? Okay, we'll circle back on that because I'm asking specifically for the 350 that you're inquiring about. Have we done everything that we can to reach out to other sources to fund that gap that you're referring to, not just relying on the city? Because if the city does not have those funds available, what do we do?
Correct.
Right? And then you've mentioned specifically about keeping fully operational, and I'm concerned because we received an email that I was quite blindsided by, that basically was, the dollar amount was far greater than this 350 that we're requesting, that's being requested today for the gap, but there was a request to release the lien early on the property, and there's a contract. I would like to request an additional minute if possible. Council?
Council?
Thank you. Thank you. There was a request for release early. So my question is, if there's a problem, we don't have access to the funding or you're not able to get the funding, what happens then?
That's what we were talking about earlier.
Specifically, what happens then?
On the 6th, in July, we will start curtailing services and reduce the numbers so that we can, with the funding we do have, help as many as we can.
And so would that mean, would we be at risk of potentially?
A lot of homeless people on the street.
Losing, like we
We
did
would have
back
to
in
take away
2019? That
beds.
is a possibility if you don't get the funding, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then also, with regards to, okay, my time is up. I'll just circle back around after everybody's had a chance to inquire. Thank you.
Councilmember Kendricks.
I'll just keep kind of going with what Mayor Pro Temp was asking. It seems like when we're talking about budget, that you're outside of your budget. That you're not, you said it yourself, even when it states you're only supposed to have a certain amount of people, you go above that. So that makes you run out of money much
Correct.
faster.
Correct.
So my question is, if you understand that, then why are we doing that?
Because if we didn't, there would have been another 800, 100 and something people on the streets the first 4 months of this year when the freeze was here.
I understand what you're saying.
And the
but-
city asked us to have a warming station, and they are my funder and my partner. So if I say no, not hard to say no. It's hard to say no to your funder.
Well, I'm not just talking about the warming center. I personally talked to you, and you told me you will go over the number of beds
Correct.
that you have. You personally told me that.
I did.
So now, that is my question that I'm asking. If you know that will cause you to run out of money sooner, which means if we stayed along the budget, we could service more people
No, we could
instead of
service,
running out of money early.
we could service less for a longer period of time.
But the time
Or the
will
whole
go.
time, the whole
time. That's what my
Yes,
concern.
you're correct.
The whole time. Then saying we could have went 6 more months, but now we're short 6 months.
Correct.
That's all the questions I have.
Councilmember Brown.
Good evening. Yeah, evening officially. Okay. On your slide about collaboration, the equal sign is housed. FIC provides rental assistance and stability services. Is that from TIBRA?
The collaboration slide.
Here, let me just flip here.
No, it's not in there. It's on the.
Oh. That
You asked if it was TIBRA?
This
Yeah.
slide?
Is that the TIBRA money that's being used for that rental assistance?
This slide here?
That is one of
That's-
our assistance
that's-
programs.
That's one of many.
Okay, so I want to go back to a couple of questions that my fellow council members have had when it comes to homelessness prevention. As an audience member, I believed that when the city council awarded the TIBRA money out to organizations, it was meant to be to prevent homelessness. So for those individuals and those families who are behind on their rent, in order to pay that, were you given a different idea of what that TIBRA was for?
No, that's,
No, one of the parameters of that funding was that part of it would, that it would be used to move people out of the shelter faster.
Okay, so the understanding you had was that TIBRA was to be used for housing formerly unhoused people.
correct.
Okay. And maybe I misunderstood this, but if the city were to be able to reimburse you or compensate that utility bill, then you wouldn't need 350,000?
I need $16,000 less.
Okay.
It's just different. Everybody said, look for areas that where we could work
Try and
together
figure out.
everywhere.
Right.
Churches, this, pull it all together and see if we can't get rid of that gap.
I understand. And you said something about a gap in July, right? In July, you might have to start cutting back funding, or services rather. Is that July of '26, or are we talking all the way into July of '27 on that?
We're talking July of '26.
Because this funding, even if it is approved, wouldn't be available until October 1. So what happens between July 1 and October 1?
We have the stuff we're asking this Bell County for. We're asking for turf money. Some of our other money will start in 2 months. Right now, we're running in a deficit.
I understand. What I just want to make sure of, you're asking for this money today and saying that you have a shortfall that as of July 1, you might have to start cutting back on services, not being able to have as many people come in. But even if the council approves the full amount requested, that money isn't available until October 1. So what happens between now and October 1? Because now I'm nervous about the summer months.
Again, we're going to keep trying to keep it going or reduce our services until we can get back to fully funding. We're going to have to reduce services if we get nothing from the county, the city, or any of the other outstanding things that are pending.
I'm just making sure that this is perfectly understood. The money isn't going to come right now.
Oh, we know that.
No matter what. And so
Correct.
my concern is that emergency gap between July and October. What happens?
Correct.
Okay. We'll follow up after on that, okay? And then, so my thing is not just getting other organizations to help fund, but getting volunteers to come in. Or instead of donating food, I know there are a lot of church organizations that would come in and cook meals and serve them, which takes out the expense of having to procure the food, having a cook come in and do that. May I have one more moment, council members, please?
Council members?
Yes.
Thank you. So it takes some of those expenses away by substituting with volunteers
Correct.
certified through organizations. And we have so many, it's difficult to reach out to all of them. We have new ones coming up every day. So I'm going to ask you, is there a contact or an email address, someplace that we can send those community organizations to contact you instead of you having to reach out to them?
Yes, we have a volunteer coordinator.
Can you give us that information?
It's Maria Carmona. And they can call our main office, 254-634-1184.
Thank you. So if we can help to facilitate those volunteers, you don't have to do all the work. That's where I'm going with this.
Correct.
So by us having that information, we can each individually put that out and try to assist you. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes, you're saying that that you have other partners that help you with the benefits and help you there with the shelter. So my question to you, the church organizations and all these other organizations that's helping you, what do you mean when you say that they are helping you or they are assisting you? Because I know a lot of church organizations or nonprofit organizations who would love to help out with this particular thing that you guys are doing now. They would love to help out, but they haven't heard anything from you guys saying that you guys need any assistance, even to the beds and things, having some of the homeless to come there and stay, or food or clothing, whatever it may be. It's just not the funding that they'll give, but they will give their assistance as far as the church members and the leadership that would help out as well. I like the idea of being in unity and we all working together. And I believe that when we are, this is a lot of money that we have to allocate out to you guys, and to just say, yes, we're going to give this out to you without even having some type of review or something about this, then where does it go? And I know, as a matter of fact, that we have organizations who wants to support you guys, but they don't even know how to be of assistance. So how would they, or what do they do in order to assist you guys? What do they do? What does the nonprofit organization or the churches do to assist you all?
They can call our main number, talk to Maria Carmona.
No, you saying that they assist you
Or
and they
you-
help you guys out. What do the churches do to
Some of
assist you
the
out?
churches donate money.
Mhm.
Some of them donate time. Some of them make a meal.
On a regular basis, we have several that will do that, say, once a month. They'll come in and cook for us on Sunday, let's say. We have Emmanuel Lutheran who does numerous drives for us, and they come in and have service days. I don't want to leave anyone out at the risk of leaving anyone out, but we do have several congregations that do routinely support us.
So this money will be distributed to what? What is the most? What would you guys really do with this money that we give? What does it really details in this money?
What does that 300?
$300,000.
That's staff and operations of the facility,
Of that facility.
just that facility.
Just that facility. What
Correct.
about the other facilities?
They have their own funding for the same thing.
They aren't facing this type of challenge,
So only you all are facing this type of challenge,
only this particular program,
this
yes.
particular program. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Naz King, she hadn't went yet. Naz King.
Thank you. Good evening to everyone. Last year, when you came before us in the year before for the same amount of money, council have asked some awesome questions, but it was told to us that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that when we gave that $350,000, that you wouldn't have to come back to us for that. The biggest thing that we challenge you on since I've been on here, and that's been since 2017, and this is ongoing, I really believe what you do. I support what you do. But it goes back to Council Member Kendrick. If you know, we normally give it up because we had ARPA fund and we pull from other places, but I'm serious. We are on a tight budget. And if you just look, and it blows me away, our auditor, he's not here. Yes, he is here. Mr. Grady said, hey, we have these resources, and there's some more on the other page. This is how many people are coming before us tonight to ask for something for their program. And there are some things that I know, the top priorities are in infrastructure, our first responders, and most important, using the $350,000 for your staff, but we got to ensure that our staff is being paid also. We are in the business of providing services too.
Correct.
But you said you wouldn't have to come back to us, and the council at that time stated, what fundraisers are you doing? What is the board doing to get involved? And this happened last year, the year before that. Well, I can say ever since I've been here, there has been a shortage. And I can only speak for Councilmember Kendrick, Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez, and Councilman Solomon, along with myself. That was our challenge, is that it was going to come a time, and I know we said this 2 years straight, and I know it for a fact, that with what's going on at the federal and state and county level, that we have zero control, and we were getting our funds cut at the state, and we was not getting the grants and everything we thought we was gonna get for from the federal government, which was putting different departments in a tight spot, and we're there this year too. We have always been honest about our budget. And a lot of things that we're hearing now, we won't vote on it now because we don't even know what we're gonna receive. But the question was, not only these other organizations, I get it, that everybody's trying to help you. I'm all for the homeless. But it seems like every year the numbers are increasing, but they're not decreasing. And I know there's a lot going on, and that's understandable why. I'm not that naive that people are, just things happen. I'm not even fighting that. But it has to be, can I get one more minute, please? Thank you. There has to be some kind of process. Everything everybody said up here is correct. Councilmember Brown with the nonprofit organization, Councilwoman Williams saying, hey, where are the churches at? But this is every year.
And our challenge was, who's managing the budget? And Councilman Kendrick hit it on point. Why more people we're taking in if we're not, can give the service 100% to the ones we already have? Chief Kimball, correction, don't take my time on that correction 2 times. Chief Lopez, I apologize. Councilmember Kimball stated it best about the resources and how we're going to manage them, because the more people we take in, you're going to end up with less resources. And we don't know how to help you with that because we're doing a disservice to them that's already there. That's just all I want to say. Mayor?
Councilmember Kendricks.
Yes, just back, you mentioned that you have other entities that donate other things and monies. Off the top of your head, could you tell us approximately how much money has been donated from these other entities, and how many entities?
Not off my head.
Can you give me a round and about number?
40,000
Okay.
in cash.
All right.
Then linens, soap, powder, food, hygiene products, soap.
Well, I understand those other things. Now, what I understand also is, man, I really didn't want to get into that, but when you, the people that you have, that you hire to work there, is it a fact? Someone over there is getting paid about $4,000 a month.
That's not true.
It's not? I'll
That's
talk to you offline on that.
Not
one.
true.
But I have some documentation that will prove that. So I'm just trying to figure, I want to help you. I've seen homeless people, but I think we have to find a way, if we're using monies, we have to figure out a better way. If you're managing a facility, you also can clean at that facility too. So we have to cut corners. It's just like being in the military. You might have 3 or 4 different titles or wear 4 different hats, but it's things that you have to do. And we just gotta figure that piece out. We're asking for more money, but I think there are some things within your organization that you can cut a little bit. That's all I have.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I want to make sure that for the people that are watching at home, and especially for you all, that you don't feel that we're browbeating but we really have to be very careful when it comes to this. We've had this conversation, numerous times. And so there's some things that we've asked for that I feel like we've not received, because I feel like we would not be having the same conversation in this 11th hour when it comes to this funding. And so I would like to go back briefly to that letter that was received regarding the contract for the property. I believe it ends, is it June or July 20? It ends in July, the end of July, is that correct? Okay. And so if your contract with the city, there was a 10-year contract in place. If the contract ends with the city, and to Councilmember Brown's point, and you receive funding, we no longer have a contract with you with this facility. What happens to the people then if the funds are done and this contract has ended with the city, as far as any oversight on those funds and how they're controlled?
With the contract, all that contract was that we were going to do this service for 10 years. In reality, you only have to have 5, but the city increased it to 10. That ends July. It's the same with the domestic violence shelter. Years ago, we had a contract for 5 years. Well, that building's been there now 45 years. But it don't mean that we got a contract so that we can use the building for collateral. So if we have an issue, we can borrow money. We could also use it for a line of credit. So when funding's tight, it goes up and down.
Okay.
Right now, we can't use that building for that.
Understood, and that makes sense. But my concern here then, staff, you might have to help me here, make this make sense for me, because my concern is that there's been several opportunity, or times where we've threatened or had a possibility of closure, right? And we also had that happen in 2019. So if we no longer have a contract, which means there's no longer an obligation, we're giving $350,000 with no metrics or specific delineation of where these funds are going, not to payroll or to benefits, but to actual services of the unhoused. What do we do to protect our interest, but also to protect the people? And this is also part of your question, so if you could think of this as she's answering, what is the plan in the event that you have to cut back your services or cut your constituency down, or losing the 40 beds, or have to turn people out? Not now, but I'd like to hear from our assistant city manager first, and then I'd come back to you all for that question.
Yes, ma'am. This would be for FY27 funding. So in order for us to give them any additional funding, we would need a new contract in place.
And so that contract, those contract terms could be set, because a lot of folks don't know that there was even a contract, so I just want to make sure that we're all tracking on that same information. So if we were to allocate those funds, then we could allocate those funds and potentially negotiate a new contract for services.
Yes, ma'am.
Now,
Correct.
with that $350,000, it's gap funding, which means to me that it seems like, and it might not be the case, but it seems like they can allocate this for whatever, but specifically, can we allocate those gap dollars specifically for services rendered to people who are in need, so we can ensure that those dollars are being utilized for the people that actually need them?
We would have to make sure that there's a specific line item in there that describes what we're paying for
But
and
we
what
can do
services
that.
are being received.
And that's how it
Absolutely,
was
we have
done
to.
last time.
Okay. But part of the performance agreement. But, okay, very good. And then, so to your, then just as a what if, right? So the city's going to do what we can. Obviously, we care about our unhoused and we care about our constituency. But this is your mission and your vision as Friends in Crisis. So what happens to those folks if they end up, you end up with maybe not our gap funding, or maybe not another grant that is sufficient to keep the program running? What happens to those people? What is your plan B for the actual physical people that you would have to turn out or away from your facility?
We would we would try to make sure we get everybody that's in there housed, going from shelter to housing. That's the goal anyways, for everybody that's there. It just would be ramped up faster, and the numbers would just come down as we house them.
So for our citizens to understand.
So
that,
they
right,
would all,
there's-
those ones would be housed, nobody else would be coming in.
Okay. And so right now, just so everyone is aware and on the same page, there's no mechanism. We don't have a shelter for this that the city provides. There's not something like that. We don't have that. We can't run that. So this is why making us all call, and also giving a sense of urgency here, because we do care about our unhoused and we care about organizations such as yours. But if we don't come together as a community, there is a real risk. Thank you. There is a real risk that these folks could be, unfortunately, back on the streets with no option. And that is a concern. Thank you.
Correct.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes. Question. How many of those residents are from this area? Now, are a lot of those residents, are they from outside of Killeen as well?
No, ma'am, not, over 90%, over 98% are from Killeen.
Over 90% of them are
Over
from-
98%
are from
are from
Killeen,
Killeen.
are from this area.
Correct. We get some occasionally in spurts. We may get 2 or 3 from Austin. We may get one from Cedar Crest. We might get one from Temple, because they ran out of time at the Temple shelter. But majority, we get some from Cove, 1 or 2 here and there.
Mm-hmm.
But the majority of the residents are Killeen residents.
So do you have a plan in place as the Mayor Temple was requesting or asking, what if we couldn't supply the money, the $300 and some because we are limited as a budget, $300-some thousand. What is the plan for the people or the residents if it fails through? Now, will the community help along? As you were saying, you're partnered with the churches and with other organizations in the area. So will they be able to help as well? If this fall through, would they be a big assistance to you guys this fall through?
They would help on some of it, but we would still house the ones we have. We just wouldn't take any more in. They would all get housed. Or if they don't want it, because not all homeless want to be housed, they'll run out of time and they'll be moving on anyways.
How many beds do you guys have? How many beds do y'all have in that facility?
78.
78 beds. Are those beds filled?
Say that again?
Are those beds filled? 78 beds currently?
Currently, there's 58 last night, I think, was the number.
It was running about 60 last week.
About 60, so we still have
And it's
some.
got, well, right now it's the first of the month, so people get Social Security checks, go to the hotel, come back 3 or 4 days from now.
It just doesn't. And I've worked for Families in Crisis for over 7 years one time, and I thank you all for everything that you're doing. I know the work is not easy, but you guys do that, and I appreciate it. And it's not just they think of the homeless. They have other issues, a lot of issues that dealing with this. And so my heart goes out to you guys, and I thank you for doing it. But my question is that I just want to know, where is the money going to? Something's just not adding up. Where is all of this going to? We got the beds. You said it's 78 beds, and I know the fooding and all that. And I know that they usually go by, that's how you get a lot of your payment, is through it's the amount of beds that you all have. So when those beds are not filled, do you guys still, will you still get payments for those beds, even though the people are not there?
We don't get paid for beds right now.
Not right now?
We don't get FEMA money.
You don't? Not just
No,
FEMA
the
money.
county took the FEMA money.
But I'm talking about, yes, but the beds that you guys have, isn't that the one that they count the amount of beds that you all have in that facility?
No funder does except FEMA
No, not
and the
FEMA.
VA. Those are the two.
VA
Those
is
are
a
the two?
contract program, and we
And
have.
it's a contract,
Yeah.
completely
Okay.
different.
All right, thank you, appreciate that.
Councilmember Brown.
I'm going to try to help speed us along because I think a lot of the council members still have questions about where the money comes from, where it goes to. I'm going to make the same request I did to KEDC. Could you please send us your proposed budget, the budget you had for this fiscal year, and then your last audited statement? And I think that'll give us all the opportunity to review that more closely before the next time we discuss the community partners in the budget. Yes? Thank you so much.
Council,
Nasheen?
yes, Councilmember
Yes, sir, thank
Nashke.
you. Thank you, Councilwoman Brown, but we have asked for those items. Mayor Pro Tem, correct me if I'm wrong, every year we ask for those items, and we go beyond asking for those items. And then when we get them, it seems good. But I just want to say one thing. Last year, what concerns me, it's just a lot concerns me about this. Last year, $150,000, and it could have been also the year before, you did not receive that from Bell County. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. I couldn't hear you.
That's correct.
Okay. And what did they tell you why they refused to give you the funding? If you can't say it now, I'm okay with that too.
No, that's correct. It's the FEMA money that I was talking about. And Bell County said that they were going to distribute it through the county. And it was part of when we were going to do the 2 campuses. So Bell County funded all that money to Feed My Sheep, or not Feed My Sheep,
They funded
Harbor
another
Hope
program
to-
instead
right.
of funding you.
Couple other programs, all in East Bell County.
And I believe there was a weather event.
But there's a reason behind it.
And then we also had a weather event, which takes precedence.
You didn't say. Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. So thank you, Councilmember Brown, for making the recommendation. I appreciate you guys getting that information to us. I would just like to ask specifically, and staff, if you could help me with this, I would like to know specifically the key performance metrics that they've actually done to date to reduce homelessness versus managing it. Kind of ties into Councilmember Kimball's component. Also, in their letter, there was a statement made that they were going to have to reduce. We've talked about that. But my question is, in the last 3 years, what are the total number of people that your organization has serviced specifically? And how many of those individuals specifically have been transferred to permanent housing, not just temporary shelter, which also goes back into Councilmember Kimball's initial question. I want to make sure that we do address that. Thank you.
Okay. Are you asking them to bring that back to? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Final community partner presentation is from Innovative Black Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Ronnie Russell.
Good evening, Mayor, council members.
Good afternoon, sir. Good evening.
All right, so this is pretty much continuation of what we previously had before. This is going into the second phase. Knowing and understanding the original phase was establishing the BSC, looking at all of the KPIs, completion of the 96, and this was also the continuation question of what happens next. And this is going into that. So it's not really an ask to get it now, it's an ask to earmark. Let us complete the first contract, and then we'll go into the next one. All right, so with this strategic, value proposition, is looking at the $186,000 ask because the city of Killeen stands at a pivotal point, continuing with fragmented economic support and investing in a high-efficiency, institutionalized grade infrastructure. This $186,000 partnership investment is designated to achieve the critical mass necessary for ecosystem sustainability, with empowering the local small business as well as the nonprofit organizations. Again, this is based on the previous presentation that we had before, and now going into like what happens next. You know, what's the strategic shift? Looking at the strategic shift in the local economic infrastructure is shifting from the normal fragmented, localized lending hurdles and transitioning into the much more institutional pipeline. Of course, with People Fund, which is a CDFI, establishing that MOU, we do have a second funding source that's interested in coming in because, you know, not everybody is bankable. And a lot of times because you're not bankable, what happens is banks don't recognize you as a viable business. You want this $100,000 to get this business loan, but you don't have enough money for payroll. So getting that financial literacy out is going to really strengthen it and make it a lot stronger, as well as going into bridging the capital chasm. Now, bridging of the capital chasm is really getting into the gaps, the financial gaps. And that's where the CDFI is really going to help out. Again, like I previously stated before, this is a CDFI desert because not everyone is going to get the traditional style loan. Not everyone is going to get the non-traditional style. With the CDFI, as well as with the services that we're going to offer, it's going to be service-based and project-based funding as well. Going through a cohort, and at the end of the cohort, having the opportunity to receive funding after that is really where that's going to help. Now, this unit scale, it is kind of blended, similar to what the original ask was, looking at the unit costs of each individual business that come through. Still looking at what's the word? Looking at the à la carte when the individuals come in. So it plus up the amount of value that they can go and get now with that. So with that à la carte, what is going to help out is because once we actually get to the end state, of course, we were asked to come when we were midway, and then when we'll come back and close out the report. Because once we get to the 96, that was the original value that was already paid into that service, paid into the service agreement. Because once we get to the 96, it's just going to make it, then the individual business, once they come to the BSC, these are now paid services because we were at the end of that 96. Now we're getting to the tier services, very similar to what we had explained before. And the most unique part that I like is mobilizing the Ministerial Alliance. Now, the Ministerial Alliance is really going to go into, there are a lot of churches that just do church, but they don't do well as on the business side. Structuring their programs and ensuring that their programs are fundable when it comes to these grants and services that are out there for them. So that is where the part two is now going to go into business services, ministerial services and structure, and going into teaching them how to make their programs a lot more fundable as well. So that's going to be an update and the advancement, financial services and all that stuff as well. And again, our ask is 186 after we complete the first contract, earmarking this for us to continue to contract from there. Thank you.
Councilmember Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Russ, last time you were here, or 2 weeks ago, that was an ask, right?
Yes.
That was 50, how much was that?
Well, it was already earmarked, the 50,000.
So we got the 50, and this is a separate 186 on top of the 50.
No, at the end of that contract, now this will be how we continue the services that we're going to render to the businesses that come through.
So it's a explain to me.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
So if your contract ends on 1 July, and you say, I want you to earmark this, so at the end of my original 12 months, now this is already earmarked. So now, once that is complete, now you go into another professional service agreement.
Okay, so in this scenario, you have a business that go through that program, part of that 50, and then as they continue on, then they can pull from the 186.
Correct.
Okay, all right. And the ministerial part, interesting. So do you have clients ready to go that needs this service?
So we already sat with the Ministerial Alliance, and what that's going to do is strengthen the church. Now, the Ministerial Alliance is where they set aside that 32, and then now we're going full steam into looking at the churches, auditing their programs, because, I mean, you have churches that have daycare centers. But when you actually look at the program behind the daycare centers, that's when you're going into, it's a daycare center, but because they feed the children, so now that church can now write a grant for childhood obesity. If you are providing assistance, financial assistance, now that goes into, a lot of other things. So just structuring their programs and also looking to establish more churches in the CDC perspective. Because when you look at a lot of times when the kids are saying, I don't have anything to do, these churches are already in the community. And these parents are already in the community. So when you look at ensuring that the churches, of course, there are a lot of people that are not in church, and there are people that are in church. But when you strengthen the churches, now the churches have more stronger relationships with the communities that they surround themselves with.
Okay.
Councilmember Nashke.
I'm sorry, I got to follow up. I'm just trying to wrap my head around this response. So if sometimes I just got to break it down, man. I'm a simple fella. So if I'm a church and I run a daycare and I feed kids.
Correct.
And I've been established, I'm doing this. So you're saying you're gonna, part of this 186 would be then to where I can go to you and say, hey, I'm gonna run a summer feeding program and I need $15,000 or whatever. I'm just trying to work this out, because there's a whole lot of churches, for one. And then there's gonna be like, do you have to meet a certain level? I mean, I don't know the number, but I would have guessed there's 200 churches in this town. And I don't think 186,000 would even cover that. I mean, they might get a couple bucks, but is there, you have to meet a certain threshold to ask?
So
Whether you're a 5,000, or if you're a 2,000 person church versus a 50-person church.
So let me clear this up. You have the Ministerial Alliance, and then you have the IBSC. The Ministerial Alliance is the organization that is going to, that is interested in supplying that. So it's like, who do you have that have skin in the game? The Ministerial Alliance is what is going to create that $32,000. We're only asking for 186. That 32,000 is going to strengthen the churches that is within the Ministerial Alliance to ensure that we're going in and auditing their programs and stuff like that. So we're not asking the city to give us $32,000 for a grant for the churches, because that's not how it works.
So if I'm a church not in the Ministerial Alliance, then I don't qualify?
I'm not going to say you don't qualify, but I will say, we'll still say it
But I
again.
have to join the Ministerial Alliance to be considered.
Well, you can still tap into the services that are still rendered under the business services. Now, the Ministerial Alliance, according to what they have, because of course, there are churches that are not in the Ministerial Alliance, as well as there are churches that are in the Ministerial Alliance. This is just who we sat with, because it's a consolidated group. Because if we were to try to sit with all churches, there are churches that don't do church outside of their church. And that's just being honest. So we went to the consolidated group and say, look, this is what we're interested in doing. How can we support? And how can we make this happen? And then they said, okay, all right, now come to our meeting and let's talk about it. And then it went from there.
Thanks for the clarification. Thank you,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Nash King.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Out of your 333 entities, which are nonprofit and also, I'm
For-profit.
assuming, small businesses,
Correct.
have you already selected that group of people? The 333, do you already have a list of who you're going to provide that service with?
So what happens with that, those businesses, this is just the cap. Just like the 50,000, the cap is 96.
Right, I understood that.
So there's no selection of who is going to be the 333.
Whoever apply.
100%.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And you already have the criterias to the individuals that meet those qualifications to apply for the slot of the 333, or it's just anybody? You don't have to have criteria, just come to us.
I mean, we have an audit. Again, this is the continuation of what was already briefed. This is, so it doesn't cap out at 96. It then now to continue
Keep on
going from there.
going.
Correct. It resets the 96 to 333.
All right, and my last question, I don't know, this staff, you can answer too, Ms. Wilson, because you worked with him. Do we have any updates on the grocery store in Oklahoma that was coming here? Is that a
haven't.
dead issue, or what happened? Since we talking about grocery stores. I mean, that's just, we started, I thought, I met with him, he came down, Mr. Russell flew all the way with Mr. Cagle to, I guess, Oklahoma. I didn't go, because y'all was on a, yeah, I didn't want to be, I know that plane. And then what happened to it? I left the council and I haven't heard anything else since.
And we can certainly bring that back when we have the future conversation, but that's not posted on the agenda this evening. But we can absolutely bring it back.
Oh, you're right, that is not. Okay, please bring it back. She says it's not on the agenda, so we can't talk about it.
Okay. I'm ready.
Oh, but we can't. She shut me down.
Okay.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so. It's not on the agenda, and I'm gonna follow protocol. But
Yes, ma'am.
just she know we want it back. Okay.
We got 3 ready, so.
Yes,
just
sir.
waiting.
No, we can't do it now.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown.
Good evening, Mr. Russell. How are you?
Good evening. I'm all right. Got a headache, but I'm okay.
Same, I'm there. I want to go back with you. You were here in the room when we had our last conversation. And if I'm remembering your last presentation correctly, combined with this one of the services that you would be able to offer is helping organizations such as FIC to be able to go out and successfully get more grants and more funding, assuming they follow the program, correct?
We could, yes, ma'am. So
Okay.
we would audit their programs and look at what programs, because from hearing from what they were saying, they're establishing just as a homeless shelter. But when you extract it out, there are more things that they actually do that individual grants can be written for. They're just piecing it all together, and that's not a tight shot group.
So you can already formulate some recommendations for stuff like that.
Yes.
I'm trying to merge ideas here, and if we're investing into one that can help invest into others, I think that is a force multiplier.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, so everything we can do, and not to mention the fact that, you know, the jobs that come in are already a multiplier, because those are more people that ideally don't end up in homelessness, who become successful, and then we start growing from within.
Right.
But I celebrate this as being us becoming more business friendly, and I'd really love to have a conversation sometime when we can bring it back about how we can help some of our other community partners that may be struggling as part of this program.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bass.
Sir, thank you for that presentation. What I would like to say is to you and all the other presenters, thank you for educating us about all that you do for Killeen. It's a lot, and we really appreciate it. I'd also like to say to our council members, thank you for this amazing discussion. Somebody might say, oh my God, they took 3 hours and 20 minutes on the first part of the agenda, but what I want to tell the people of Killeen is that according to my math, we're talking about $6,347,000, $347,783, a very large amount of money. And we, the council, know that we have a very tough budget ahead of us right over the horizon. So we're doing our homework. We're preparing to write this budget. We have some hard choices ahead of us. And so, in my opinion, this is time well spent, both from listening to the presenters and listening to all that the staff said. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams.
I just have a question for you. I know you talked about the gapping and all that.
Yes, ma'am.
My question to you is, how is the IBCC bridging the digital divide so that Killeen's older service base and veteran-owned business can automate their workflows and operation? How do you do?
Yes, ma'am. Well, you have to look at currently, we have a lot of senior members, and they do actually show up to the AI boot camps that we have. And it does take a little bit more time with them, but we do take the time with them to meet them where they are. They want to learn AI, but a lot of them don't really know how to operate their laptop to actually utilize it, because AI is a tool, but you have a laptop, that's the first tool that you got to get over before you get to the new technology. So we just take the slow roast approach, you know, throw it in the crock pot, throw all the tools up in there, and see what it's going to taste like once we get finished. So just taking that slow roast approach.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Russell.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, Mayor, Council, that concludes our community partner presentations. Do you have any questions of me? No. All right, thank you.
No, that's it. Thank you so much. We're going to take a break, about a 10-minute break. Okay. Did we? Are they-
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Thank you. Madam Secretary, this is a work session. We're going to discuss items 2 through 10. No final action will be taken until regular session. Madam Secretary.
First item is MN 26017, consider minutes of special council meeting of May 12, 2026 at 4 p.m. MN 26018, consider minutes of special city council meeting of May 12, 2026 at 5 p.m. And our first item is RS 26087, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing an interlocal agreement with TML IRP to provide group critical illness coverage as required by House Bill 4144, retroactively effective January 1st, 2026.
Good afternoon, Ms. McDaniel.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As stated, I'm here to discuss an interlocal agreement with TML. Just for a little bit of background, Texas House Bill 44 was passed during the 89th legislative session, and it requires cities with 50 or more firefighters or peace officers to provide critical illness coverage for certain serious health conditions to any of those groups that retire after January 1st of this year. We're required to maintain that coverage for those retirees for 3 years from the date of retirement. And some of the serious health conditions include specific cancers, heart attacks, and strokes. So that's how we got here. To date, there is only one provider for this product. So this came in September of last year, was effective January 1st, and there was no providers available until very recently. That provider is MetLife Amwins. They partnered to create the product, and then TML took it on to serve as a master policy holder, offering it through the risk pool, which effectively just makes it more affordable for cities because it's through a pool versus individual coverage. So this is our only provider option to date. The estimated costs for both this fiscal year and for fiscal year 27 are $40,000 respectively. Future expenditures are completely dependent on the number of eligible retirees. And just to give a little information, it's based, how much coverage you provide is based on their annual salary up to $100,000, whichever is less. And then it is grouped out in age bands. It's usually 4 to 5 years age band, and the older the retiree, the more expensive the age band becomes. So just to kind of give you an idea of how it works. Funds are available in our medical claims account for this FY, and it will be available in the FY 27 upon approval by the proposed budget. So we recommend that we enter into this agreement, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, do we have any questions? Councilwoman Brown.
So just for clarification, this applies to both retirees from the police department and the fire department?
Specifically sworn, so specifically firefighters and peace officers. It would also include our marshals from the municipal court, as they are sworn peace officers.
Okay, so nobody who would be like a dispatcher or
Correct.
administrative stuff?
Correct.
Okay. And then if we choose, I know it says it's required for 3 years. If we so choose, could we extend that for longer than 3 years?
I'd have to see if under this agreement, if we could do that. However, the options available to the city are to enter into an agreement at a reduced cost or to hold $100,000 available in an account should that retiree have an event. As you can imagine, holding $100,000 per retiree is a lot more expensive than entering into a coverage option. So I would have to see if we can extend it as per this interlocal agreement, and that's absolutely something I can find out.
Okay, and then I just want to talk about the actual length of coverage. So it sounds like the financing of it, the actual cost, is structured more like a term life insurance policy.
Agreed.
Okay. And so what happens if at year 2.5 we have a retiree who is diagnosed with one of these conditions? Is it $100,000 up to $100,000 total coverage, or is that per annual? How does that break down?
It's total coverage, so they would be eligible for up to $100,000 to assist in the treatment of said critical condition. I'd have to look under the instances of multiple provisions, like multiple conditions, but I believe it's just a total of $100,000, up to $100,000.
Okay, and then, so if a retiree had a heart attack, and the insurance paid $25,000, and then there's a stroke, they would then pay another $25,000, so it's a cumulative cap of the 100.
I will confirm that for you, but I do believe it is a cumulative cap.
So I'm just thinking about our retirees. What happens if one of these conditions, their medical care, takes longer than 3 years or takes longer than a fiscal year and exceeds $100,000?
So how critical illness policies work is it's effectively a lump sum payment, if that makes sense. So long as the event occurred before that 3 years as required by law, they would receive the payment under the critical illness policy. If it the cap is up to $100,000, so no additional funding would be available. It would be $100,000 towards the treatment of that serious health condition.
And I know it's retroactive. When would it go into effect if we were to pass this?
Tonight.
And that would go all the way back to anybody retired January 1?
Correct. And as of to date, we have 4.
So we have 4 people who would qualify for this?
Who are eligible, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Kendricks.
Pretty much answered my question. That's why I was giving the head nod on the $100,000 deal. Because I believe there's also a provision in there where you could have did, and I think you may have mentioned it, $100,000 lump sum through that.
So how critical illness policies work is a lump sum payment. For example, we have a kind of similar coverage for our active employees. It's not nearly as much money that they can opt into and pay. And so say I have critical illness coverage and I have a heart attack. If I pay into that policy, they'll give me $35,000 towards the treatment for that heart attack, right? So this would be the same. It's just the coverage level is different, and it's available to retirees because it's not something that is currently available to retirees.
And what you said also was correct. Rather than putting $100,000 to the side, if you had all of a sudden as the years go, you have 20 people that have retired. Now you got $2 million just sitting in a hole.
That's correct. And just to put it for an example, I have a retiree that retired in January, 51 years of age. Based on his salary, the 3 years of coverage total would cost the city $4,100 versus having that sitting in an account. Yeah.
Much cheaper. All right, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions from the council? Okay, thank you so much, Madam Secretary.
RS 26088, consider a memorandum resolution appointing council members to various boards, commissions, and committees.
Ms. Clements,
Good evening,
City
Mayor.
Attorney.
Good evening. This is your item to appoint council members to boards, commissions, and committees. So as we go forward, a little bit of background on this. So following the annual election, the city council makes appointments to council members to boards, commissions, and committees. There are 2 types of appointments that we're looking at. Regular members, where council members serve as a council representative and vote on the items that are considered by the boards, commissions, or committees, and then subcommittees. And this is where a council member serves as a subcommittee member to discuss applications for citizen boards, commissions, and committees, and recommend recommends the most qualified applicants to the full city council. So for the subcommittees, you're not actually on the board, you're a liaison to the board, and you make recommendations of which citizens should sit on the board. The appointment process is set out in your governing standards. The way that works is the mayor has the first choice of 3 boards, commissions, committees, followed by council members in tenure order, selecting 1 board, commission, or committee each, followed by additional rounds until all appointments are filled. Tenure, for the purposes of this section, means time in current office without a break from the time of election or appointment to the present time. And if tenure is the same, so if you're elected or appointed at the same time, the number of votes received from the highest to lowest, we go to the number of votes to determine in what order those go. So you do have the list, the order of list in front of you in your packet, and I can go through those again if you don't have, if you do not have that. I'm going to, at this point, I'm going to go through each of these committees that you have and tell you a little bit about the committee and when they meet, and I'm going to do that pretty quickly, and then I'll just start going through one by one of your selections of how you want to be appointed to this board, to the boards. All right, so the first one here is the Audit Committee, and you can see the current members there, and June 2026, we've got 3 open spots there, 1 for the mayor and 2 council member positions. And then you have, and for the Audit Committee, the meeting schedule there, they meet quarterly and as needed. Your next meeting is going to be this month, actually, for the Audit Committee. And this board recommends the selection of an external audit firm, reviews and recommends approval of the reports created. The board also reviews plans and activities of the city auditor and provides oversight of internal controls and processes. The next board is the Central Texas Council of Governments. This is a voluntary association of cities, counties, and school districts and special districts assists local governments within 7 counties in Central Texas with regional planning issues. And the meeting schedule is monthly on the 4th Thursday of the month at 12 p.m. The next one is the Development District Board of Central Texas. This district is incorporated in the state of Texas as a nonprofit corporation. It's associated with CITCOG, Central Texas Council of Governments, and the district provides economic development assistance to the counties of Bell, Coryell, Hamilton, Milam, San Saba, Mills, and Lampasas, and the meeting schedule is quarterly and as needed. The next one is Hill County Transit. This is a regional public transit system that operates the HOP buses in a 9-county Central Texas area. And the district does serve the city of Killeen and surrounding areas. The meeting schedule here is quarterly and as needed. I do want to note, this is on here. The 2 people are Mayor Solomon and Councilmember Kendrick. These are unexpired terms. I have them on here, so no action needs to be taken tonight on this, but I do have it on here in case either of these members just want to make sure you want to continue to serve on these boards. If you do not, let me know, and we can open that up for people to be appointed to tonight. So I just want to confirm with you that you do want to still serve on this term, or do you not?
I do not.
Okay. I will open that one back up. And Councilmember Kendrick? Sorry? Continue. All right. So we've got one opening on the Hill County Transit District there. All right. The next is KEDC, Killeen Economic Development Corporation, and we've got three appointments there today. This is established on behalf of the city for promotion and development of commercial, industrial, manufacturing enterprises to encourage job creation and retention in the city. And the meeting schedule is monthly, usually the 2nd Thursday of the month at 8 a.m. Killeen Sister Cities is a dormant board. It does not have a regular meeting schedule at this time. The Killeen Temple Metropolitan Planning Organization is the next one on here, and this is a transportation planning policy board and provides policy guidance for the transportation planning process. So the meeting schedule here is monthly. It's generally on the 3rd Wednesdays of the month at 9:30 in the morning. And then you have the Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone number 2. They make recommendations to the City Council concerning the administration of the zone, and the meeting schedule is as needed. The next few that I'm going to go through, these are the subcommittees. So this is the break. The ones that I just went through are your actual committees where you're on the board. The subcommittees, again, are where you're the liaison. You're not actually on the board. So the Animal Advisory Committee, There are 2 positions here. This committee advises and makes recommendations to City Council pertaining to animals in the animal ordinance. I'm going to give you their meeting schedule, but again, you wouldn't generally be regularly attending these meetings. You could, of course, but the meeting schedule for the Animal Advisory is quarterly, second Wednesdays of the month, January, April, July, October on that. And then the Bell County Health District is the next one. Advises the district director and the district members on matters of public health. The meeting schedule is monthly, second Monday at 6 p.m. Second Monday of the month. Senior Citizens Advisory Board. We have some appointment opportunities here. The meeting schedule for this board is monthly, every third Thursday at 3:30 p.m. And then we have the Youth Advisory Commission, and they meet twice a month, first and third Tuesdays of the month. And the Board of Adjustment, this is the new board that was consolidated, and so we have, they hear dangerous building cases, zoning appeals, zoning variances, and appeals building official decisions. Meeting schedule here is monthly, every third Thursday. And I think there was one other that I needed to. I did want to confirm, Councilmember Kendrick, on the KEDC. Do you want to continue, your appointment there has not expired? Are you wanting to continue that?
Yes.
All right, we'll keep you there then. All right, so at this time, I'll just start with the mayor and ask for your 3 choices.
Thank you, Ms. Holly. I want to take the SITCOG, KEDC, and K-Tempo.
Okay. And it may take me just a second because I'm flipping pages to make sure I've got everything on here. I should have done this. All right, and then the next person will be Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez. And I need 1 from you.
I'm sorry.
1 selection at this time.
Okay. KEDC.
KEDC. Okay, next person, Councilmember Kendrick.
CCOG.
Sitcall?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Nash King.
Thank you. The Senior Advisory Committee.
Yes, ma'am. All right, Councilmember Brown.
Audit.
Audit. Councilmember Williams.
Thank you. The Senior Advisory Committee as well.
Councilmember Bass.
Is there still an opening on the senior committee?
No, those have both been taken.
Okay, sorry. Youth advisory?
Yes, sir.
All right, youth advisory.
All right, Councilmember Kimball.
TERS Board.
All right, I will go back to Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Youth Advisory.
Councilmember Kendrick.
Is there still anything open on the TERS?
I believe yes. Are you
Yes,
taking
ma'am.
TERS? Yes, sir. Councilmember Nash King.
Youth Advisory.
Councilmember Brown.
Development District.
Councilmember Williams.
Thank you, ma'am. Youth Advisory Committee as well.
I actually have all three of those slots filled on Youth Advisory.
Okay, let me get the Board of Adjustment.
Councilmember Bass?
Is there a slot on the Audit Committee?
I believe so. Let me just make sure. Yes, and that's the last one.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kimball.
Do we fill KEDC yet? With any more slots?
Yes, KEDC has been filled.
K-Tempo?
There is a spot, there are 2 spots on K-Tempo.
I'll take K-Tempo.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So the only question I have is on TERS. Is TERS full at this point?
TERS is full.
Okay. And so I don't have anything else at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Kendrick.
I'm good at this time.
Councilmember Nash King.
Which ones do you have open, available?
I can go through, are you asking a specific one or just to go through all of them that we have open?
It's between K-Tempo, Hill Country, Transit, and I think that's, everything else is full.
We do have a slot open on, for Hill Country. There's subcommittees for Animal Advisory and Bell County Health District and the Board of Adjustment.
So you only have the Hill Country Transit open on boards, correct?
On the, for the regular appointments?
Yes,
Let me just
ma'am.
make sure. Sister Cities, the dormant board is open, but yes, for the regular boards, the only open slot is for Hill Country Transit.
I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Brown?
BOA.
Councilmember Williams?
Let me, the Bell County Board of Health.
Councilmember Bass?
Is there still a slot on the Bell County Board of Health?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Kimball?
Is Board of Adjustment, is that full?
Board of Adjustment has been filled.
All right, I'll be the Sister Cities rep until they.
All right. And I believe everyone else, let me just refocus what we have. We still have one available regular appointment for the Hill County Transit District. We also have availability on the sister cities. There is, I do have a K-Tempo slot available. Let me go back around. Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Kendrick?
I think Councilman Kimball had asked to be on.
Did you ask about K-Tempo?
It was Councilman Nash King, actually.
Councilman Nash King?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh, don't be sorry. Mayor Solomon
right.
is listening.
I have subcommittee appointment opportunities on the Animal Advisory Committee. And that's all we have left is Animal Advisory and Hill Country Transit District, sister cities. I can keep going through one by one. So Councilmember Brown?
I'll take Hill Country and I'll take one of the animal advisory ones.
Councilmember Williams, did you want us, Animal Advisory? I think that's all we have left. No? Anybody else would like to be on the? Okay. All right, I think that's everything except for the sister cities. So if there's anybody else who wants to be on sister cities, let me know.
There's no one on the sister cities?
We've got Councilmember Kimball is on sister cities. Councilmember Nash King?
Mayor, Mr. Mayor, I serve on there with,
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Kimball. I apologize.
All right. I think that we've got everything. There's one more slot on sister cities if someone else wants to be included on there. Otherwise, I think everything else is done. Yes. Councilmember Williams, I'll add you to sister cities.
Councilman Williams said she'll take it.
All right. I think we've got everything filled, so unless there's something you want changed
Council, Mayor Pro Tem?
Just a quick question. Can you confirm that the Board of Health is completely full? I think it's Williams and Bass, right?
Let me
I think that's two.
Yes, I have Williams and Bass.
Awesome. And then can you just tell me why do we have the dormant one if nothing's going on with it? Why do we keep it?
Sure. The sister
Just for-
cities,
right.
definitely. The sister cities committee gets together when we have a particular city that wants to come in, and the sister cities committee isn't a continuing body, but it looks at when a city comes in and they would like to be a new sister of the city, then the sister city committee evaluates that and brings recommendations to council. So it doesn't meet on a regular basis unless we have a sister city come to us and say they want to be a new sister city with the city of Cleveland.
Sure, that's wonderful. And then regarding our PUD, is that going to be a separate assignment for that board?
The PUD?
Yeah.
PUD.
For our housing, for our.
The PFC?
I'm sorry, PFC, PFC, I'm sorry.
So the PFC is automatically, by the way it's set up, is the council members are members of the PFC.
So we have to establish president, vice, and secretary like we did before. So is that going
Yes.
to be a separate meeting or?
Yes, when we have a meeting of the PFC, we have that scheduled currently for June 16th. So we have a PFC meeting scheduled, and election of officers will be on that agenda.
Thank you for that clarity. Thanks.
Councilmember Brown?
I can just go through, if you want everybody to be clear, I can just read what I have for everybody again. That
Let
would
me
be
ask you,
helpful.
Ms. Harley,
Yes.
you said the sister cities, that's full?
It is full now.
Okay, all right. Yes, you can go
So
through
for
it.
audit committee, I have the mayor, Councilmember Brown, Councilmember Bass. For Central Texas Council of Governments, I have the mayor and Councilmember Kendrick. For Development District Board of Central Texas, I have Councilmember Brown. For Hill Country Transit District, I have Councilmember Brown, and Councilmember Kendrick will continue to serve his unexpired term. On KEDC, I have the mayor and Councilmember Gonzalez, and then Councilmember Kendrick will continue to serve his unexpired term. Clean Sister Cities, I have Councilmember Kimball, Councilmember Nash King, Councilmember Williams. With K-Tempo, I have the mayor, Councilmember Kimball, Councilmember Nash King. And for TERS, I have Councilmember Kimball and Councilmember Kendrick. For subcommittee appointments, Animal Advisory Committee, I have Councilmember Brown and Councilmember Bass. For the Bell County Health District, I have Councilmember Williams and Councilmember Bass. And for the Senior Advisory Board, I have Councilmember Nash King and Councilmember Williams. For the Youth Advisory Commission, I have Councilmember Bass, Councilmember Gonzalez, Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez, and Councilmember Nash King. And for the Board of Adjustment, I have Councilmember Williams and Councilmember Brown. And unless there's changes between now and regular session, these will go forward into your consent agenda.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the council? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Holly. Thank you, City Attorney.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary?
RS 26089, consider a memorandum resolution awarding bid number 26-16 W.S. Young and I-14 Drainage and Landscape Project to Gage and Cade Construction LLC in the amount of $452,113.50.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Ayer.
Good afternoon, Mayor and fellow council members. This is for the bid award for our W.S. Young and I-14 Drainage and Landscape Project. So the W.S. Young and I-14 Drainage Project was included in the 2021 Capital Improvement Plan. The project includes undergrounding the existing open ditch out there at the northeast corner of W.S. Young, with a box culvert, and then adding a drainage inlet along W.S. Young to help catch some of the bypassing flows that are going towards intersections, and then also landscaping, sidewalk, ADA ramps. And then on April 22nd, 2026, we received 2 bids in response to bid number 2616. Those bids were for Cage and Cade Construction LLC in the amount of $452,113.50. And then Backcountry Drones LLC, they were disqualified because they didn't meet the requirements or for what the actual project was. And then the engineer's estimate for this project was $566,891. It's kind of a location of where the project is. It's on the north side of I-14 and W.S. Young. It's over there by the mall. It's that big, ugly, open ditch that's right there. That's concrete. A little bit what it is, a little more zoomed in. This is kind of on the right side, what it looks like. The left is kind of from the plans, so a little bit more of the landscape plans. So we have the sidewalk coming right down the middle here. There's planter islands with different type of landscaping and more of a step wall with actually a City of Killeen sign on it, on there. There is an inlet right here that we're adding, and then also one across the street where we do have a lot of bypass flow going down the hill. Gage and Cade Construction is the lowest qualified bidder for the project. We did call out to their references since they have not worked in the City of Killeen. We called the references, the other cities where they've had projects. We received very favorable results. A lot of everyone that we called would use that contractor again. The design engineer also reviewed and provided their recommendation to award the bid to this contractor. And then recommendation is to authorize the bid award to Gage and Cade Construction LLC in the amount of $452,113.50, and then obviously authorize the city manager or designee to execute any and all change orders within the amounts set by state and local law. And with that, I'll answer any questions you may have.
Councilmember Brown?
Mr. Vickers, why are we going to put a Killeen sign at W.S. Young when there are 2 exits prior to that on I-14?
This was actually kind of a recommendation, or when we were designing the project from prior council members. That's something we don't have to do. The issue is, we have difficulty putting them on the freeway. There's very few requirements or local areas where we can. On the westbound direction, where we had a City of Killeen sign, TxDOT asked us to remove it because there were 3 accidents that kept happening to hitting it. And really, there's no other location along that area where we can put a sign due to overpasses, elevations, where it conflicts with the TxDOT clear zones. The westbound or eastbound direction, we do have one location we can look at, but it's over way by Clear Creek. And so really, those are the only 2 places we can put a City of Killeen sign on I-14.
Clear Creek would make more sense to me because that is actually the beginning of the city.
Right, and we're more than welcome to try to do that, make that a project if that's the council's request.
Yeah, again, and I understand the location thing. What's going to prevent people from hitting one at W.S. Young?
What was that again?
What's going to prevent people from hitting a sign at W.S. Young?
Well, really nothing. I mean, if someone wants to have an accident and a bad driver and they bump the curb, they're going to hit it. I mean, there's really nothing that we can do to prevent that.
I seem to remember there also being an inquiry to look into how much it would be, like Nolanville didn't do, I guess we call them landmark signs. Instead, they did on the overpass, they put their big welcome to Nolanville. Is that something we could do one, it would save a little bit of expense, but two, I think it makes more sense.
We are actually have an active project for that right now, and we're working with TxDOT to do the first 2 overpasses. This one will be one of them, and the other is over there at, I'm drawing a blank, but it's over, Rosewood, thank you. So Rosewood and this are the first 2 intersections. We are planning to do that sort of painting of those underpasses and overpasses for every one of them. It's just a matter, it'll take 3 years for the cost.
Okay. And then 5% of this cost is in plants. Is that still coming out of the drainage budget?
It is, it's coming, this is all from the drainage project.
Why are we paying for plants out of drainage?
Mainly for landscaping, but obviously that is impervious surface, so whether it can be used for water quality, but in this case it is just landscaping, and that was part of the project.
I also have to say I have a concern with, just to make it look good, I mean, we charge every citizen $7 a month for drainage upkeep, and I don't consider putting plants in as part of drainage management or maintenance, so I don't know if that's the right account to take that out of.
Well, if that's the council chooses, you could obviously reject the bid, and we can go again and try to find a new funding source.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nash King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
So the project is going to be really nice because that area right there, and plus I think I can understand where Councilwoman Brown is coming from, but like TJ Maxx and different kind of stores, to make that look nice, because you see in some cities, they do have it laid out like that. What funding source it comes from, I mean, that's a decision that it was in drainage, the Mighty Brothers doing the landscaping or not, I'm not even sure on that from a legal perspective. But I do think that it is an excellent project, because we do need to fix that and make it look pretty. The projects, when it comes to signage, thanks to Mayor Solomon, he has been a big advocate of the ones that you were talking about. Letting people know about Colleen. I just say thank you and your team for what you do. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Sir, thank you, Mrs. Zager. Appreciate that. I'm looking forward to those signs on the bridge.
Thank you.
And that W.S. Young, I think it's going to be a really good project. It's going to be nice.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Councilwoman Williams.
Yeah. Will those signs be something similar to, I know they just finished with Gilmore. We just cut the ribbon for Gilmore Street, and they're going to put out those hand signs and everything as well. So they're going to be a little different.
Well, the ones on Gilmer we're talking were the pedestrian crossing gates over there at the railroad crossing. There's really no signs identifying, the city clean or anything out there. This will be more of a step wall, where you have a little retaining wall with the letters that are going to be right in the wall itself. And then, of course, the overpasses are where you're painting the overpasses, similar to Belton and Nolanville.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Madam Secretary.
RS 26090, consider a memorandum resolution awarding bid number 26-22, Chaparral Road traffic signals to ATSCC, Austin Traffic Signal Construction Company, in the amount of $420,000.
Okay, this is another bid award. This is for the Chaparral Traffic Signal Project. If you remember, on January 20th of this year, the City Council approved an interlocal agreement between the city and Bell County for the bidding and construction of these traffic signals. These are the traffic signals along Chaparral at the intersection of Feather Line and also right there by the high school. In accordance to the agreement, Bell County is going to reimburse the city for the cost of the construction for these signals. The city will then be responsible for construction monitoring, so we're out there day to day watching the construction, making sure they're getting built per the plans, and then also the maintenance of the signals, mainly because Bell County has no signal crews, so they cannot maintain signals. Traffic signals that are going to be constructed are going to be what we consider span wires. So that's the poles that are the corners, and then you have the cables with the signals hanging on the cables. There'll be a camera at the pole, and then, of course, a controller, which is that metal box that has all the guts and the electronics for those signals. The traffic cabinets that we are going to install will be at the permanent location that corresponds with our future Chaparral Road widening project. So those boxes will be there. Those are going to be the permanent ones for long-term in that same location. And then at the time we do widen Chaparral Road, the span wires will be replaced with those standard metal mast arm type of signals. The bids were opened on April 29th of 26 and read aloud. We had two bidders, Austin Traffic Construction Company, and then Justin Cox was disqualified because they didn't fill in the dollar amounts. And then engineers at the low bid for Austin Traffic was $420,000. The engineer's estimate was $593,850. These are the locations of the signals at the intersection of Featherline and Chaparral, and then over there at the bend right there by the high school. Austin Traffic, ATSCC is the lowest qualified bidder of the project. They have worked in the city. They've done a lot of successful projects. They are a great company. They are actually the ones that are maintaining our span wires right now. And then the design engineer did review and provide a recommendation to award the bid. Again, recommendations to authorize the bid award to Austin Traffic in the amount of $420,000, and then authorize the city manager or designee to execute any and all change orders within the amounts set by state and local law. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
There are no questions. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you.
Madam Secretary.
Sorry. RS 26091, consider a memorandum resolution approving a petition submitted by James Rich requesting release from the City of Killeen extraterritorial jurisdiction, ETJ, for approximately 6.5 acres of land, being lots 3 and 4, Block 1, out of D.W. Wallace Edition. The subject properties are generally located southwest of the intersection of Farm to Market Highway number 2484 and Brewer Road, Salado, Texas.
Good afternoon, sir.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. So this is a release from the extraterritorial jurisdiction, and this is per Senate Bill 2038 from the 2023 state legislative session that gives property owners that ability to request release from the ETJ, as we commonly call it. And so that process became effective on September 1st of 2023. So on April 29th, we received a request from the property owner for the two properties, and the owner is Mr. James Rich. And Ms. Rich is in the audience if you had any questions for her. But once again, this is located at the southwest corner of FM 2484 and Brewer Road. And so here's the map, and so you can see the light brown or tannish color. That is our extraterritorial jurisdiction. You see the star over there east of Stillhouse Hollow Lake. So closer, much closer to I-35 than it is I-14. And so if we zoom in on the property, you can see both lots 3 and 4. As was mentioned, one of them is 3 acres, the other is 3.5 acres. And so the local government code section 42.104D essentially gives us 45 days to take action, and by action, that is council action. And so by my count, I think we're on day 34. So it's either approved today or we can't wait till the next council meeting. Otherwise, statutorily, it would get approved. And so, of course, Section 42.023 states that City Council must make that decision of any releases or expansion or release of the extraterritorial jurisdiction. And so staff is recommending approval of that request. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Neshke?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, sir. So
Good
my
evening.
question is probably for the city attorney. You can answer it too. If within 45 days, we have no choice in this per state, why don't we line up our chapter 42 of the Texas Local Government Code with whatever code we may have, so it won't even have to be put on the agenda?
Sure. This is a ministerial duty at this point from the statute. Once this request, if the request is appropriate and under the statute, then it's your duty to approve the removal of from the ETJ. The issue is the statute also says in another section that the governing body has to make the decision. So it says they have to make the decision, but also your decision shall be to release the ETJ. We have looked in the past at bringing to you an item like a standing order of some sort, a resolution that would approve these as a matter of, not as a matter of law, but just that would approve these by resolution. We haven't done that, so it's something we could look at in the future. But as it stands right now, the statute says that you have to do it and that you must release it within a period of time.
Yes, ma'am. So what, do I put that on a request for an agenda item, or were you going to look into it anyway?
You can, if you'd like to direct
Okay.
staff to bring it back.
Yes, ma'am.
You can do
Thank
that.
you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Secretary.
RS 26092, consider a memorandum resolution approving a fireworks display permit application for 2 public firework displays to be conducted at the Killeen Municipal Court and the Killeen Athletic Complex on July 4th, 2026.
My apology, Mr. Chandler. You have the next two.
No problem, sir. All right, so as you know, 4th of July, big 250th anniversary celebration, hosting the Red, White, and Blue Music Festival. In coordination with the event, we'll have 2 firework displays, one downtown and one at the Killeen Athletic facility. And so the downtown display would be a smaller one prior to the larger one at the Killeen Athletic facilities, giving those downtown visitors an opportunity to better see a fireworks display for the event. So that would take place at 9 o'clock, immediately following the performers. And those fireworks will be positioned in the parking lot on the southeast corner of Santa Fe Plaza Drive and North Gray Street. And then the larger citywide public fireworks display planned for 9:30 would follow at the Killeen Athletic Complex. So Killeen Code of Ordinances, Section 11.6 provides that City Council may permit the use of fireworks for public display. So both applications were submitted by Magic Display Pyrotechnics FX, the operator. And so they meet all the licensing, insurance, site plan, storage, and types of fireworks requirements per the code. The fire chief has reviewed and has identified no issues. So staff is recommending approval of both fireworks displays to be held on July 4th at the previously mentioned locations. Happy to answer any questions about those.
Councilmember Neshke? Oh,
It must have been on from last time. But since you called on me, I'm sorry about that. I was not going to speak on it. It's an excellent idea. I think we should just bump it up for the 250th. I mean, yes, if we could do anything else to make it exciting, I think it's going to be great. Yeah, thank you all, and Chief, and thank you, Downtown Coordinator of Events. Thank you kindly.
Councilmember Brown?
With that,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I wasn't finished.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, sir. I was saying thank you with that, because I know that we have fire marshal, all the safety procedures, everything's put in place. I see you have Chief Kimbo on standby to answer any questions, but there's no doubt, because I know the being on the council for a while, I know what has to happen before you can do this. It has to go through a lot of checks and balances, ensuring that we have safety everywhere. So I think it's a great idea, and if it gets to the 500, I won't be here, and we nobody will. But I just think as we grow, I mean, we have to expand it more. I really wish the south side could go more to the south too, but I know that costs money. But yeah, I think it's a great idea, and knowing we have the safety inside already checked by Chief Lopez and also our fire chief. And the thing that most people are going to say, well, if everyone's covering the fireworks, who's going to be covering down the city? So can Chief Lopez go in more detail about how everything, and Chief Lopez, we got everybody where they need to be while we celebrate, because more people going to be downtown.
Chief Lopez.
So
I'm sorry? Continue.
I'll wait till you finish.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So the operations of the fire department will remain intact. These will be additional staff and personnel that are hired back not only for the fireworks, they'll be out for the entire afternoon, ensuring the safety of our visitors for the celebration for 4th of July. Then once the fireworks kick off, they will transition to their brush trucks. Fire Marshal's office will inspect the fireworks displays to ensure they're safe to fire. If at any point they feel it is unsafe, they have the authority to halt the display immediately without any questions, comments, or concerns. So we'll be protecting the city with our normal staffing, and additional staffing will be down here as well to handle the fireworks display and ensure that everybody has a safe display to enjoy.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And as far as the police department, our job is going to be to secure the site. So when it's set up, usually we set up 24 hours in advance. So right before the event on the July 3rd, we're going to be set up protecting the areas where the fireworks are at. And then during the event, we're going to have police officers stationed at the festivals and at the fireworks location.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Mayor, I was trying to get the coordinator for our event planner for downtown, also to get her perspective on it too, on the celebration.
Yeah, so as far as...
Ma'am, I'm sorry, Mr.
No,
Mayor
it's okay.
has to acknowledge you, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
You may speak, ma'am.
Thank you. As far as the event goes, like you said before, we do a lot of planning, we do a lot of going through different channels, everything like that. So it's super exciting. I think that we have seen the last few events completely grow into something that was always our goal in having so many people downtown. And we foresee that 4th of July is going to be even bigger this year. And so to give them kind of something to be excited about going on downtown, if we have 11,000 people from our own city in downtown and they can't see the fireworks going off, you know, that's happening over at the Killeen Athletic Complex, this is kind of just a way to show them that we didn't forget about them. So that way they can enjoy the festival too.
Thank you,
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Brown.
I'm going to respectfully disagree. Because this means having to have police officers, even if they're on overtime and not on shift, for 24 hours a day at 2 different locations. This means having to pull, even though I trust that our police department's still going to have the city covered and protected, it still means having those officers stand there for an extra 24 hours a day at 2 locations instead of just 1. It means having our fire department having to go to 2 different locations instead of just 1. And I don't recall, Chief Kabinski, how many, in an average year on the 4th of July, how many fireworks calls come in?
Yes, Councilwoman Brown, I would like to add some clarification. The fireworks display for downtown will not be protected downtown in a separate area. It will be protected and guarded at the community center in the park until such time they move it that morning to prepare it for the display. At that time, all of our police who are already and firefighters who are already committed to the downtown area are already going to be there. So we're not putting any extra people out for 24 hours in two separate locations because that downtown display is a smaller display. With regards to fireworks calls, I can't give you that answer because respectfully, the citizens of Killeen don't respect our city ordinance. As soon as we clear a site and confiscate any illegal fireworks, I can tell you that I personally have seen in my rearview mirror those same people pull out fireworks again. Unfortunately, our brothers in blue over here, along with my fire marshals, just don't have the capability and bandwidth to tackle that. The hope is by having this display on the 4th of July, it's going to deter more people from having their own fireworks display and draw them to these two areas and locations, make it much safer as well. So I wish I could give you numbers. We could pull numbers for you if you'd like from the last few years of what we did respond to, but it's not a true representation of the incidents that we do actually respond to on any 4th of July or New Year's Eve for that case.
Right, and I understand that, and that's my concern because it is on the 4th of July. You have more people that are going to be out. I used to, when Fort Hood was doing the fireworks, I'd go over there to Metroplex, set up in the parking lot, and even out there, the number of people with fireworks, while we're sitting at the biggest fireworks display around, people are still setting them off in the parking lot. So that's my concern. It's still going to happen, and every time we take another location to have to monitor for city purposes takes away from that. Again, I trust that both departments are still going to cover the city and do everything that's needed. I know we have mutual aid agreements. I'm concerned about the volume that we're going to have. I also, I find myself in a position of being confused about the comment that at least this way people that are at the downtown event will be able to see the ones at the community center, because the reason we started having them at the community center was specifically for the visibility from the downtown event. So what I would personally much rather see is we have a coordinated music firework thing that coordinates with downtown, and if it needs to be a bigger one, we do just one single one. I've always been a fan of the drone shows or the laser shows. It gives you the same effect or even bigger, usually at a lower cost and definitely at lower strain to emergency services, less danger. And then I'll add that the last event, Celebrate, we had fireworks downtown. That means taking up a whole lot of public parking. That whole parking area needs to be blocked off the entire time. And then that leads to less parking spots and more congestion on the streets.
I would say as far as it comes to the drone show and things like that, that was my goal. My goal was to actually bring it to downtown, have our fireworks show go, because Fort Hood, as you guys know, did not do theirs last year. They decided to do it this year because of the country's birthday and commemorating that. But for us doing it, we were told that is our baby for 4th of July. So we held on to it. When it comes to doing it downtown, we just don't have the capacity, or as far as fire marshal goes, we would not be able to set off those fireworks in downtown. That's why if you look at what they're using for the ones that are downtown, it's a lot smaller than the ones that are being used over at Killeen Athletic Complex. So for the drone show, though, the drone show is, the last time that I looked into it, is like $80,000. And our events are completely sponsored, and I just don't have $80,000 to spend on a drone show.
So I guess I'm still going back to the point that I don't think we need two fireworks displays, especially if Fort Hood is doing one the same night. I would rather do the big one at the community center where we've been doing them. It doesn't take up that parking. It still allows people to see that fireworks show. Go ahead.
I was going to say, so a lot of the complaints that we've gotten the last few years is there's only one tiny little part of that parking lot that they can see it from, and you can only see about 10 of the fireworks that go off compared to the other part of the entire fireworks show. And that is the 10 that they set off that are the really, really big ones, and they can only see the top half of them. So they can't see the entire bottom of it. So if they chose to go to the festival that we have downtown, they're not able to participate because of traffic, because if there's 11,000 people downtown trying to make their way from the festival to the fireworks, it's not possible.
And then we have 2 more streets blocked off and an entire parking lot for a fireworks display that's smaller. That's only going to be visible to downtown. So I'm trying to decide if that's the best use of our resources and money.
Okay, Council, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I guess that's part of my question. Are these going to be synchronized? These,
It'll be, Celebrate Clean was our rerun for 4th of July. So it'll be similar, it'll be synced with music, it'll be almost the same
both
thing.
shows?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the company that's doing this time, that's the same one that we've used before because we've gotten lots of positive feedback from them. But I guess I am kind of concerned on the double, if we're saying that there's low visibility, there's all these challenges with the one, then why not just do the much larger one at the other location?
Mainly because of the 10,000 people that come to the festival, they're not getting to enjoy the fireworks. And so this allows them to be able to have that true 4th of July experience downtown, as we've done with the past couple of events that we've had. And it's only 5 minutes long. It's literally a 5-minute long. And I have completely gotten it sponsored in sponsorship, so it's not coming out of our general fund.
Thank you.
Councilmember Williams.
I just was going to ask, you all said that you shut it down for 24 hours?
That is only at the Colleen Athletic Complex.
So the Clean Athletic Complex, where the explosives, because that's what they are delivered, there's a certain zone of 1,000 feet that has to be secured. We have done that every year for the last 4 years. That keeps any of the general public away from that area. It's secured. The pyrotechnics company representatives are on site as well, so they're with the devices. And then we have a fire marshal who's there, and then a police officer. It's a very small staff. It's not a very large staff at all, but it is ensuring security stays outside of that 1,000-foot fallout area. And to speak to Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez's point, we can't do the large display downtown because of that fallout area, a 1,000-foot area. And the shells are not able to be utilized in a downtown area. We have to have an open field area and a safe place for a good, clear fallout zone.
Well, that's something similar. That's the way it's the Foot Hood, too. They had to have it a big old open in order for them to have the fireworks. 'Cause I remember years ago when they used to have it was nothing like it was now. But I'm grateful because the fireworks are beautiful, and I love to see the displays. I mean, it's amazing, even to leave the house and come out there and just sit and chill and watch the fireworks. Like I said, don't last long, about 5 minutes, but it's beautiful. So thank you guys for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Madam Secretary.
PH 26016, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance submitted by Shauna Bailey on behalf of Y&J Investments Management, Inc., Z26-09, to rezone approximately 0.04 acres out of Lot 1, Block 1, Y&J Addition from B-3A, Local Business and Retail Alcohol Sales District, to B-C-1, General Business and Alcohol Sales District. The subject property is locally addressed as 1103 West Veterans Memorial Boulevard, Suite 105, Killeen, Texas.
All right, thank you. And as was mentioned in the item description, this is Y&J Investments Management, Inc. Request to rezone approximately 0.04 acres out of Lot 1, Block 1, Y&J Addition. And this is from B3A, Local Business and Retail Alcohol Sales District, to BC1, General Business and Alcohol Sales District, to expand an existing business known as Puff Puff Hookah Lounge. And so that is at 1103 West Veterans Memorial Boulevard, Suite 105. And so expanding that existing business that has been in operation for the last 3 years, per ordinance number 23-045, which rezoned the current suite to BC1 at that time. And so this would once again expand from Suite 104 to Suite 105. And so here's the location. So you can see it is just to the east of Fort Hood Street, along Veterans. And so in terms of the zoning map, you can see that just about everything in the corridors is zoned B5, which is the most intense commercial zoning district. And you can see the little blue rectangle, that is the suite that we are talking about. And at the aerial, you can see that expanded suite is just to the west of the existing business. And so looking at comprehensive plan alignment, this is located within the infill and enhance growth sector, as well as the regional commercial future land use designation. And here are photos of the property, existing location, proposed expansion, and the view across Veterans Memorial, and the view looking east from the subject property, and then looking towards South Fort Hood Street to the west. So staff finds the proposed zoning is compatible with existing land uses and is also consistent with the Killeen 2040 comprehensive plan. Staff did notify owners of property within the 200 feet and the additional 200-foot boundary. There are 22 of those property owners, and to date, we have not received any responses from those neighbors. And so here is showing the 200-foot notification area with the additional 200-foot second notification boundary as well. So staff does recommend approval of the applicant's request to rezone the property from B3A to BC1 as presented, and to match the existing zoning for the current location of the business. So once again, this is for an expansion. And at their regular April 27th meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended unanimous approval by a vote of 5-0. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Councilmember Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Chandler, so the expansion of the business, so it becomes one huge business now, right? So what's the occupancy of these two businesses combined? I don't know if you can answer that or.
I cannot, but I can get that information for you.
So
It's approximately 2,400 square feet. So yes, I think both suites combined.
2,400 square feet and one alcohol permit covering, one permit for both businesses now.
That would be my understanding. So the expansion would be an expanded TABC license.
And I don't know, Chief Lopez, any background police calls or anything like that we need to be aware of?
Councilmember Kimball, I don't recall any calls for service to that area, to that location regarding that business.
I think the applicant's here?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, maybe the applicant can fill in some of that. I just wonder if we make this bigger, parking and other things, I'm just kind of curious about that. If you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, me asking.
Yes, that's fine. You may step up, ma'am.
Are you the applicant, ma'am?
I am the applicant.
So I'm sorry if you don't have it. Police calls in the last
There's
couple years?
been no police calls that I know of in the last 2 years.
Okay. And what's your busiest nights? What's your busiest nights?
Actually, we haven't opened because I cannot open without the second side being zoned to the proper alcohol consumption side.
Okay, so I didn't. Okay, so you have the business, but it's not open.
No.
So you need the other side to open
Yes.
fully. Okay, makes a little bit more sense. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions from the council? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We are moving on to citizens' comments. Citizens will have 3 minutes to speak, with 1 minute allotted time for city council to respond with a statement or explanation without engaging in dialogue. City Attorney, please call the first.
Thank you,
Name,
Council.
please.
Thank you. Council, you have 4 people who have signed up. First person, Anka Niagu.
Good evening, ma'am.
Thank you, Council, Mayor. Regarding the homeless, taking care of the homeless, I want to tell you, Mr. Mayor, you said it exactly right. There are a lot of homeless people because I have experienced trying to take care of 2 of them. A lot of them want to be homeless for whatever reason. They have some mental issues that are very difficult to deal with. So they have a very tough job taking care of the homeless. Regarding the legislative priorities, it says the city of Killeen. My question to you, if you choose to respond, who is the city of Killeen? Is it the city manager? Is it the city council? Are the citizens the city of Killeen? I do have a problem with one of the guiding principles. It says the city of Killeen opposes legislation that would remove or limit local control. I think there should be a limit to local control to prevent government overreach. Just to give you a fairly recent example, maybe 2 years ago when we passed the architectural standards, and somebody on staff decided that large garage doors or 3 garage doors don't look good on houses, and they wrote an ordinance to limit how big of a garage door people are allowed to have, like when they build a new house. That's a personal preference. If you want to have 3 garage doors, that's your choice. You're the one paying. One person shouldn't pass a law or mandate for everybody else in Killeen how big of a garage door they could have. Regarding the citizen comment period, which is under the Charter Review Committee recommendations, as stated in the presentation, in 2023, the council voted for citizens to speak on non-agenda items. Right after the vote took place, staff, namely City Manager Mr. Cagle, changed the council's vote to limit which citizens can speak. Unfortunately, the council at the time went along with it, and certain citizens were not allowed to speak. CJ Grisham and myself, just 2. And my question to you, first of all, please make sure you understand what you vote on. If you vote for citizens to speak, and I hope you want to hear from the citizens, and non-agenda items, you don't have to respond. You don't have to discuss them. So it's not like you're obligated to just listen. It's not that difficult. And I understand some people come up here and they can say nasty things, and that will happen no matter what. People will complain about what you do.
Yeah, your time is up.
Okay, well, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
You can ask. Thank you.
Next is Michael Fernino.
Good afternoon, sir.
Before I get to the meat of it, Mr. Mayor, are you running a lunch counter or presiding over a dais? For the better part of 5 hours, I've watched my theoretical district representative stuffing his face, most distastefully, during a discussion about feeding and clothing the homeless and sheltering them, and all throughout the discussion, in poor taste. It's on video, don't deny it. When it comes to the Mount of Warrior Foundation Museum, dismal failure. Barely anybody in town knows that it exists, and the genius who was here before, marketing, puts billboards on the southbound side of 35 when you're almost in to Austin. Hey, if you turn around, go 60 miles, you go back to the museum. A few of us tried to give him some constructive points on promoting the thing. I don't care about it, but he rebuffed us, and especially me, with some foul arguments, and the former mayor is well aware of that, and I'm yet to receive a response or an apology from him or the Mounted Warrior Foundation. So I don't appreciate my money going to fund that. The only people who are going there is mandatory fun and forced foot traffic from soldier-dictated activities from a sergeant major or first sergeant. When we're talking about legislative priorities, let's talk about the elephant in the room. We got the poster boy in the room, again, my theoretical representative who does not respond to emails from District 3. A lot of this I wouldn't have to bring up if he responded to my emails. Legislative priorities, last one on the list says you want to prevent putting illegal measures on the ballot. Well, this poster boy right here that he championed, when we get the bill for this, I've talked to people at county and they've called me and they say that in addition to the 2 higher courts going to bill us for their legal fees on Prop A, the county is looking to bill. So we're going to be paying 4 sets of lawyers for the biggest I told you so. And what? We ought to pin the bill right to him. He's largely responsible for it. Waving the flag, it's going to be great, going to be wonderful. I and many others said this is going to end up that way. So legislative priorities, and then at the same time, he turns around, Mr. Stan Schluter, I support it. You didn't get elected to the legislature. You got elected to represent District 3. But you've been in town 30 years, you ought to know that. Your town hall meeting that you emailed me about during the meeting, the building's in District 2 that you're holding it in. You need to get your act together and represent the district. And guaranteed, I'll be there at your town hall meeting, and you will engage with me. Or you'll recall what has happened to other people. You'll recall.
Thank you, sir. Next person.
Dr. Sue Nisi Croft.
Before we get started with my time, I wanted to address legislature create an adverse impact by imposing environmental or waste restrictions or regulations and the fee schedule on 41. Mayor and council, I'm here today regarding a utility bill concern that remains unresolved and may have broad implications for other residents throughout our community. My property operates on a private sector system, which yet since 2009 I have been assessed.
That's off topic.
No, it's not. It's under regulations, and it's also under the fee schedule.
City Attorney.
The fee schedule's not on this agenda. If you can, I don't know what.
It's not on the agenda for discussion?
The fee schedule is not on this agenda tonight.
So you're saying that I cannot speak on it?
Citizen comments are limited to items on the agenda.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Mayor,
It's not
just
on the
answer the
agenda, ma'am.
question.
Mr. Mayor. May I?
If you want to be recognized, please, Councilmember Brown.
So I will say I consulted with Ms. Croft when she wanted to know if she could talk about this. My advice to her was actually not fee schedule. It was under the quarterly financial report, because under that we do talk about the fees that we receive from the citizens. So it was my interpretation that as long as fees were on the quarterly financial report, talking about how much we have received.
It's not on there. We
Well, but it is written on the agenda, so it was part of the agenda when they signed up.
Okay, ma'am, it's not on topic.
So how do I get it? When will I be able to bring it back?
You have to wait till it's on the agenda. You have to be,
Yes, sir. Mayor, there will be a public hearing related to the fee schedule at the June 16th council meeting.
June 16th, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So what about the legislative priorities?
Yes, ma'am, that is on the agenda.
That is on the agenda?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, because of the legislative priorities, the last thing on there talked about create adverse impact by imposing environmental or water restrictions or regulations. And this is a regulation that I'm not familiar with that is attached to my utility bill. It was extremely broad. There was no A, B, C, or D or bullet points attached to that legislative agenda stating that I can't talk about it.
The legislative priorities and what it's referring to is from the state. If we know more about your issue, I'm happy to assist.
If we're going to the legislature about different things that are affecting the city of Killeen, like water regulations, regulations that we use to assess fees to our citizens of Killeen, would that not go forward?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear that.
That's what I'm talking about.
Are you talking about something the state is putting in place or something the city is putting in place?
The city is putting it in place, and it's going up through the legislation about water regulations.
If that's the case, yes, you can go ahead and proceed. Yeah, and we can give her some time back as well, if that's okay with you, Mr. Mayor.
Ma'am, could you, staff, can you give her back her minutes time? Thank you. But you have to stay on topic, ma'am.
I feel that I'm staying on topic, sir.
Okay.
I won't go over the whole thing, but my concern extends beyond the individual account. How many other properties operating on private septic systems are currently being assessed wastewater fees? How many residents may be paying for services they do not receive? And what safeguards are in place to ensure utility classifications are accurate and periodically reviewed? Residents should not have to wonder whether they are being billed correctly, nor should they have to wait indefinitely for answers when legitimate questions were raised. I would not be up here before you if I had gotten a response from the people that I sent the information to, and I did not get a response as of today. This is not simply a billing issue, it's a matter of transparency. My apologies. Excuse me. Okay, nor should I have to wait indefinitely for answers when legitimate questions are raised. This is not simply a billing issue, it is a matter of transparency, accountability, and consumer confidence and public trust. Tonight, I respectfully request a formal review of my utility account, a review of all wastewater charges assessed by properties since 2009, annexation and changeover to city water. Sir?
You're still off topic.
Yes, sir. A determination of whether similar building practices affect other septic service properties.
Ma'am?
The written.
You're still off topic.
Yes, sir. It's about regulations. What regulations are in place? If the legislative body is speaking for the citizens of Killeen when it comes to regulating the wastewater and the amount of money that we're paying, that does go up through the legislation. Am I correct?
Continue, ma'am.
That's about it. I believe residents deserve accurate billing, timely communication, and confidence that are paying only for services they accurately receive. And so far, it's well over $1,200. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
And the last person I have is
Excuse me,
Charles.
ma'am. Excuse me, City Attorney, Councilmember Kimball.
Mr. Mayor, the citizen during her comments said something that she sent some correspondence to city staff with no response. Can I ask her who she sent that to, so we can?
Public Works.
General Public Works or specific? Do you know, when did you send it?
I sent it May the 27th.
May 27th. Okay, so they still could be reviewing your.
Okay.
I mean, it still could be in review. Maybe that's why you didn't get the response. I just want to make sure.
I requested a deadline to have it back to me by May the 2nd.
May the 2nd or June 2nd?
Hey, excuse me, Mr. Kimball,
Because I was attending and it's all.
Councilman Kimball, we're gonna have to continue. We can't.
I thought we can engage.
No, we cannot.
Oh, okay.
Mayor, I'm happy to follow up with the president afterwards,
Thank
make
you.
sure we get a response.
Thank you. Next.
The last citizen who signed up, Charles Wilson.
Mrs. Charles Wilson? He's not here. That's it. That's it. Council Member Brown.
Thank you. I'd like to address just a couple of questions. So who is the city of Killeen? I think if you asked every single person, there would be a different answer to that. But when we're talking about legislative priorities, my understanding is that it is the cumulative of the organization. So it means the different laws and legislative items that, as a city, we are hoping to be able to implement, decided on by the council with input from the citizens and the staff. So it is everybody. We are all Killeen. There is no one person. But as far as legislation goes, Killeen is an entity. If I'm incorrect, you can.
I would just add that the city council sets the legislative priorities for
Right.
the city.
So the council with input from the citizens, and then also I agree, we do need to define citizens, and I would rather have it be public comment.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Brown. Okay, we continue. We're going to go into our regular session. Regular session. Madam Secretary.
Consent agenda.
Yes.
I'm really sorry. Do I read them?
Consider agenda, please.
Yep, sorry.
And we can just read the numbers instead of reading all of them, since you've already.
Thank you. MN 26017, MN 26018, RS 26087, RS 26088, RS 26089, RS 26090, RS 26091, and RS 26092.
I need a motion on the consent agenda, please, council. Need a motion? Councilmember Brown?
I move to approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of item number 6, RS-26-089. Consider a memorandum resolution awarding bid number 26-16 W.S. Young and I-14 drainage and landscaping projects. And item number 9, RS-26-092. Consider a memorandum resolution approving a fireworks display permit application for 2 displays.
I need, is there a second? To approve the agenda with the exception of RS 26091 and RS 26-092. Is there a second?
I'm sorry, can I get clarification? I thought 089 was in the exception as well. Did I miss that?
Exception RS 26089 and RS 26092.
Okay, so it's 089 and RS 26092. Okay. So it's been a motion by Councilmember Brown to approve the agenda with the exception of RS 26089 and RS 26092. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem?
A second.
Okay.
Discussion.
All in favor? Signify by saying yes. All opposed, I no. Someone vote? Motion carries 4-3. You can. I have a question. You want to push your. Councilmember Kendricks.
I have a question. My concerns is, Councilmember Bass was not in here when the reading of everything, but he came back in and voted. I think he should get clarity of what we was talking about prior to this vote, because he came back in and he voted, but he did not hear. Okay.
Can't change it. Can't go back. Councilmember Brown.
Would you like to let the secretary read the item first?
I'm sorry.
Wait, I think that just didn't get taken off of there.
Oh, that was just.
Yeah, I think we're ready to move on.
I'm sorry, I could not understand.
I think we're ready to move on. They didn't get cleared from when we had all talked
Okay.
before.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so I need another motion. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem.
No, sir, there is no motion. Our motion,
Okay.
it passed.
Okay, I'm sorry, it passed. Okay, we'll go on. Okay.
We have.
I think right now we're going back to the ones that were pulled from
Yes,
consent,
it's,
so RS
89 and
2608.
2,
Yes, Mayor.
9092. Okay, then we go, need a motion for RS 2609089. Madam Secretary, could you read the number 6, please?
RS 26089, consider a memorandum resolution awarding bid number 26-16 WS Young and I-14 Drainage and Landscape Project to Gage and Cade Construction LLC in the amount of $452,113.50.
Okay, I need a motion on RS-26089. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you. I'm not in favor of this because I don't believe in taking the drainage fund that we're collecting from everyone to pay for plants. And I'm concerned that we're going to put a welcome to Colleen sign or Colleen sign there at WS Young and I-14 and have the exact same problem we had at Rosewood and I-14. So for those two reasons, I would prefer to bring back a new bid on it. And if we're going to do landscaping, we find a more appropriate account to take the landscaping out of. I'm not going to take our time to make a motion on it because I feel like I'm probably in the minority vote on this one, but I just wanted to explain why I feel that way.
Okay, so you just explained why there's no motion.
No, Mayor, I mean, I could, but I would be making a motion to disapprove, and I feel like that's not where the rest of the council is coming.
Councilmember Nash King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve RS-26-089.
It's been motion, need a second. Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a motion to approve RS-26089 and second by Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor signify by saying yes. Opposed, no. Motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Brown opposing. Okay. Madam Secretary, could you read number 9?
RS 26092, consider a memorandum resolution approving a fireworks display permit application for 2 public fireworks displays to be conducted at the Killeen Municipal Court and the Killeen Athletic Complex on July 4th, 2026.
Councilmember Nash King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve RS-26-092.
It was motioned by Councilmember Nash King and second by Councilmember Kimball. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm still just a little uneasy on this particular one with the fireworks. I just want some clarity. I understand that she said that the funding, that there's no additional cost to the city for this firework display. Is that correct?
Yes, my understanding is that there are $10,000 worth of sponsorships, and this is a $4,500 expense.
And that's it.
And so, yes, that's correct, ma'am.
Okay. And I just wanted to confirm that I'm understanding that we're not expanding resources from fire and police, that everybody feels comfortable with that, or that we're going to be, that the citizens will be able to see one in one location and one in the other, but it's not going to put an impediment on any of our roadway or infrastructure. I just want to make sure that we feel that this is completely a necessity and good use of our funds and resources.
And as stated earlier, the exact same resources that we would need for the fireworks display and downtown event are the exact same resources we're going to use regardless of whether we have the second display or not. There'll be no change in fire department resources, and that would be the same for police department.
Thank you.
Chief Lopez just
Okay, then I'm good with that.
confirmed.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Brown?
So I think where I keep going back to and struggling with this is the 2 different locations, having groups of people arrive at 2 different places. So if the intent was to make sure that everybody who's at the downtown event is able to see the fireworks, and we're having one in downtown, but we're doing that from 9 o'clock until 9:05. And then we're saying we're going to do another bigger display at 9:30. Either we've got 11,000 people who are still mad because they don't get to see the bigger one, or we've got 11,000 people trying to leave downtown to get to a vantage point where they can see this much bigger firework performance. If we had more time, I might be more comfortable making a yes vote on this. I just, right now, don't see it as being the best use, especially because Fort Hood is also doing a display that same day. They typically start around 9:30 also, so now we've got people leaving downtown to go either to Fort Hood and watch there at the highway, or to go over to the community center where they can see it. I love the initiative, and I love that this is a new idea and something we're trying. I just think logistically and for, I don't know, I'm just having a hard time processing it right at the moment.
Councilmember Nash King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, this is free. It is the 250th birthday. This will not happen at every event. But what gets me, it is
free. And our experts in the field of safety, our fire chief and our police chief say it's the same people we would use if we would have one fireworks display. This is the 250th birthday, and we will not be around for the 300th birthday. So everyone in everyone in Central Texas, the city. I'm sorry. Everyone in the cities in Central Texas is.
It's okay.
Have big displays for the.
Okay. Council?
For the 250th birthday. So this is once in a lifetime. And I've had people, and I know staff can attest to this in council. We had people to call us on the phone way last year. What are you going to do big for the 250th? This is what we consider big. I would hope we could do something bigger, but our resources and our sponsorship does not allow us to do that. But this is free. It's free. We're not paying anything out of the city budget or any other budget. And our first responders, our firefighter chief, Kabinski, and Chief Lopez, our police chief, has said that it won't change the dynamic. And I would hope that council will support this event, because we have held so many events downtown, and they have all been a great asset to our small business owners. And just adding a little bit of spark for the 250th, how can we go wrong? But that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Councilmember Kendricks?
Yes, I really don't want to be redundant with this. Same thing Councilwoman Debbie Nash King said. It's to me, we're doing this for the citizens. So all of the citizens can, as many as possible, can watch the fireworks. It's similar to, I mean, we all can't go to the Super Bowl, so we watch it on TV. This ain't gonna be displayed on TV for the citizens. So it's the same concept. So we putting it out there so as many people that can experience it can experience it. There's no need to go around in a circle. Like I said 2 weeks ago, I'm getting dizzy. There's no need to go around in a circle. Let's just make this happen for the citizens of Killeen. That's it.
Councilmember Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be voting in support of this. I'm going to trust that my fellow comrades here has this covered down. It's going to be probably a national event. You know, given the gravity was going to be going on in D.C. with the big event. You know, I'm sure all over the country is going to be big events, and for Killeen to participate in it, I think it's a big deal. So, of course, we're going to trust you as experts to make sure that movement of people is handled appropriately. We're going to trust in you that our safety is taken care of, and I think it's a great opportunity. If marketed correctly, it's a great opportunity for our business to our businesses in Killeen to take advantage of this also and put Killeen on the map. So I'll be voting for it. So.
And thank you. That's it. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Kimball. And I just want to add is that Killeen is moving forward. We're growing, and with growth, we do things different. Moving forward is doing things different than what we used to doing. We're excited, and we want to keep this downtown momentum going, and it just brings about so much excitement, and so I'm excited about that. Okay, we are all in favor. If there's no more discussion, all in favor signify by saying yes. All opposed, no. Okay, the motion passed 7-0. Thank you, council. Madam Secretary.
We're now in the public hearing.
Yes, public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. PH 26016, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance submitted by Shauna Bailey on behalf of Y&J Investments Management, Inc., Z26-09, to rezone approximately 0.04 acres out of Lot 1, Block 1, Y&J addition from B3A, Local Business and Retail Alcohol Sales District, to B-C-1, General Business and Alcohol Sales District. The subject property is locally addressed as 1103 West Veterans Memorial Boulevard, Suite 105, Killeen, Texas. The caption of the ordinance reads, "An ordinance amending the City of Killeen zoning ordinance by changing the zoning of approximately 0.04 acres being part of Lot 1, Block 1, Y&J addition from B-3A, Local Business and Retail Alcohol Sales District, to B-C-1, General Business and Alcohol Sales District, providing a savings clause, providing for the repeal of conflicting provisions, and providing for an effective date."
Council, Mr. Chandler has reviewed this presentation. Would you like for him to be reviewed again? Okay. Is the applicant here? Would you like to say something? Okay. Okay. Council, is there any questions for the applicant? No? Okay. All right, public hearing. I now open public hearing. Public hearing is open.
I do not have anybody signed up for this public hearing.
Okay. Public hearing is closed. Okay. I'll take a motion from the council. Councilmember Brown.
I move to approve PH 26-016.
Okay, it's a motion by Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Nashkin.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Nashkin. Is there any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes. All opposed, no. The motion carries 7-0. Thank you, council. Okay, Madam Secretary. Madam Secretary.
Sorry. Discussion items. DS 26040, discuss and consider 2027-2028 legislative priorities.
Okay, is this Wilson?
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening, ma'am.
This will be an overview of what Mr. Cagle reviewed at the last meeting. As you'll recall, the Schluter Group came and briefed us, but we will be going over the priorities that were set by the City Council for the last legislative session, and if you all have any changes or additions to those, please let me know. All right, so our existing action priorities that we would like the Schluter Group to advocate on behalf of the City of Killeen. Our biggest priority, of course, is to seek full reimbursement from the state of Texas for any lost revenue due to the state-granted veterans exemption. Oppose any extension of state-granted veterans exemptions that is not fully funded by the state of Texas. Advocate for Killeen to have a bullet train stop. Advocate for increased financial assistance for first responders, emergency management, or technology innovations. Advocates for increased funding for aquifer storage, and advocate for clear legislation preventing initiative ordinances that would violate state or federal law from being placed on a ballot. Our guiding principles that we'd like the Schluter Group to consider when reviewing legislation that's moved forward is the City of Killeen supports legislation that would provide benefit to military communities, provide local relief for impacts of state-granted exemptions and programs, provide transportation funding for local projects, provide funding for local park, trail, or public grounds projects, and be beneficial to Texas A&M University, Central Texas College, and/or the Killeen Independent School District. Our guiding principles of legislation that the City of Killeen opposes would be to oppose bills that remove or limit local control or preempt local authority, be detrimental to current or potential city revenue, impose partially or fully unfunded mandates, erode zoning authority, be detrimental to local economic development efforts, or create an adverse impact by imposing environmental or water restrictions or regulations. So with that, I'll turn it over to the City Council if there's any changes that you would like to see or additions to this agenda.
Councilmember Brown.
Thank you. So based on feedback that we received at a town hall at the senior center in discussing the fees, because largely it's a budget deficit or a budget shortfall where we can't fund everything the way we used to, I would like to consider adding support for senior programming from the state legislature. It is something within our budget that we can directly point to. We would not have that shortfall had there not been a different tax break to give people. And that whether it's the veterans, whether it's senior freezes, there are exemptions that cause us to not have the money anymore for that. So I'd like to consider adding that. And then to align with a couple of the things that the county is putting for proposal, because I think that can help us, would be seeking legislation that aligns with the positions and priorities of the Central Texas Water Alliance. And then also another one that would have state controls or limitations on data centers that would protect the groundwater and the electricity usage. So it's statewide planning and regulatory standards for data centers that prioritize water and power sustainability is how that it is proposed in the counties, which I think that verbiage could help us a lot.
Councilmember Nashke.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, thank you. Council, when we get ready to vote on each item to add to the agenda, I would like for you to consider looking at more, making it a priority for us to have more funding for our art community, for downtown, our youth, our theater, any kind of resources that we can have, making that a priority for our downtown, Main Street, any grants or any funding that may be at the state level that we make, because that is our representative on that level to help with our youth and just arts in general. That's something I would like for the council to consider, more funding for our community, especially downtown, Villa Arts, and anything to do with our youth that's trying to craft their skills. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Council. Member Nash King, Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Thank you. I just wanted to, Ms. Wilson, confirm that the last one that I'd submitted was on there that we have it lined out for discussion was the military impacted municipality, working on that designation. I think that would be important. I want our state to recognize our role as a support city because that would ultimately qualify us for additional infrastructure grants, exemption from property tax caps, and prioritize state housing and workforce funds. So being designated as a military impacted municipality has to come from our state legislative body. Okay. That was pretty much it. And then we did have a request from a constituent who is not able to be here regarding the disabled veterans tax exemption. And we know that we've been lobbying for that, and I think that we're pretty consistent on that. The question was about the verbiage about reinvestment versus reimbursement. And actually, after having looked at it a lot closer and speaking to some other legislators, there is a policy definition versus. And so I'm actually 100% in favor of using the terminology reinvestment, and I will submit this to council. I won't read through it all tonight, but I will submit this to the council body so that they can review it, and hopefully we can all be in line on it. But I 100% support that terminology as well, in addition to the reimbursement. But we'll go over that in detail because it's more than just semantics there. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Williams. Okay, Councilmember Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, if I might, I'd like to address Councilwoman Gonzalez. For the military-impacted municipality, are there already cities that have that designation, or what would be first?
It is my understanding there are cities that have that designation, sir.
Awesome. So, yeah, I would definitely be in favor of it. If cities in Texas, excuse me. If cities in Texas have it, then we definitely should have it. I don't think no other city impacts millage. Absolutely. Because then it boils down to reimbursement, funding for military children, the military kids in KISD, because there's a lot of other grants that are out there that if we have this designation, it could help us with those additional funding. So, thank you.
Anyone else?
All right, and council, is there anything you want removed from the current list? Or amended? We can certainly look at adding the word reinvestment in addition to reimbursement.
Council Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, sir. I will speak, I'll submit that first for review, if that's okay. But no, at this time, especially if you all recall, Stan Schluter Group said that there were, over 10,000 bills that were already submitted, not including what we know from the 89th legislature that might get carried over. There's quite a bit that we really have to evaluate. So at this time, I personally don't have anything that I'd like to remove. Thank you.
Councilmember Nash King.
No, sir. Mayor Pro Tem went over. It's just a lot. We only have his team there, and I think he said, if I'm wrong, they got 3 or 4 people there working for him. Is that correct, Mrs. Wilson?
I'll verify how many people he has on an average
and
day.
I would just like to see, I challenge the council, I just would like to see us at least decide to go together and represent, even though we have a representative there, to go together and especially on our tax exempt, military veteran tax exempt. We've been fighting that for a while. And I just think that we should really, if we really know that funding is important to our city, that we should go together and stand on that issue. It's just the principle of it. So we just do it as put it on the agenda, let them know we all going, and we select a day and we stand with them firm that, hey, this is having a really negative impact on not only our veterans, but the residents of Killeen. And we wouldn't have to be so challenged with the senior citizens have to pay fees. We wouldn't have to be challenged with our infrastructure and things we know that need to be done, that we got to put it in our capital improvement plan when we just don't have the money. So I think that's something we should consider, just sending dates to Mr. Mayor. If that's okay with you, we can send dates and see who all would like to do that off the council, and we schedule
Yes,
a date to go.
I totally agree with that. And as a matter of fact, that's what I had talked to someone about us going up together. I think you just so wanted, Council Member Nash King.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Okay.
So
Council Member Brown.
Sorry. Go ahead.
So if we're going to, and this is going to have to be a much more in-depth discussion with the rest of the council, but if we would like to ask the state to implement restrictions on data centers over electricity and water usage, then I think that's contradictory to imposing environmental water restrictions or regulations. So I think we'd have to work out better how we differentiate the two of those. or what is an adverse impact on an environmental or water restriction, because I'm not sure what that adverse impact is and what that means, even to know if we support that as being something we oppose. I think that would be my biggest one. And then eroding zoning authority, again, is one of those ones that would really depend on how it's framed. Because while I don't like being told, we have to allow 3,000 square foot lots, even if that's not, or I guess 30 foot frontage on a lot, even if that's not what we want to have, then I can see us not doing that. But there has to be some zoning rules within a city. If we oppose all of that, I think we're kind of going uphill. So I would reconsider that one.
If I can clarify on the
Please.
zoning authority, limitations on zoning authority, again, it's opposing legislation that would limit local zoning authority. So you would still have that's the point, is that council would have zoning authority without the state limiting that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Bass?
Regarding the veterans exemption, I recommend when we go to Austin that we arrange a meeting with Senator Pete Flores, with the entire council, with the council members who go to Austin to talk about this, because I think it would be great if Senator Flores would agree to really carry the ball on this in the Senate, because my understanding is the Senate has been an obstacle on this issue. So I would love for us to be able to sit down with Senator Flores and his staff, with the entire city council, so that we can really explain to Senator Flores how this is affecting us. And I think he would do some things for us. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. After attending that summit, there was something else I forgot I wanted to kind of look at here, and that was seeking state funding for roadway expansion and modernization that's going to possibly address congestion from rapid growth. So some of our key priorities for future should include South Highway 195, 190 corridor improvements, intersection upgrades, multimodal transportation planning, and pedestrian safety enhancements. Now, the conversation about Veterans Memorial expansion for our would that be something that TxDOT is the one that handles that? Would that be a state priority as well?
That's correct. That would just be a conversation.
That would just be a conversation separately.
Correct.
Perfect.
And escalating that issue.
Yes, ma'am. And then on the senior programming, I just want to be a little more specific there. I had notes on that for advocating for dedicated state and grant funding to expand senior programming, recreational activities, and wellness services for the city of Killeen. This includes support for senior centers, transportation access, social engagement programs, health-focused programming to improve their quality of life and reduce isolation. I'll forward this to you as well.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. That's all I've got.
Councilmember Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, thinking about the summit, unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend, but I did talk to some people who were there, and actually talked to some people who are working on some technology innovation things to trying to get Killeen involved. So one of the things that we talked about was trying to elevate technology innovation into a defined Fort Hood talent priority. That being said, is that as technology expands, and trying to fill up our trying to fill up our, I'm sorry, it's late. No, trying to fill up the parks, trying to have a place for upstart companies who are technology ready to use the talent that's coming out of Fort Hood, either working in conjunction with Fort Hood or people that are retiring or we just want them to be able to use their talent, particularly when it comes to drones, when it comes to things like that, that we have these, that we're an innovative, friendly city when it comes to things like that and using military. So I'll work on the wording for that, but I think if the council agrees is that we have some kind of priority that we are innovative friendly when it comes to Fort Hood soldiers. And I'll work on the wording if the council agrees with that.
Would you work with, is it Wilson, okay, staff? Okay, thank you, Councilman Kimball. Anyone else? Okay.
All right. Well, Mayor, the
Mrs.
next
Wilson?
steps would be to have staff coordinate all of these together and kind of collaborate them into one document. We'd bring a resolution back to council that they would review, discuss, and then formally adopt. That being said, is there anything that was mentioned tonight that may cause some discomfort among others, or do we feel like there's a general consensus that we're supporting all the initiatives that were brought up?
Council, I think one of the main things is that exemption. Councilmember Nash King.
Sir, we, Ms. Wilson and Mr. Mayor, thank you. We have a lot of items on the, that we added to what we already have. And my only concern, all of them are great. I think they are, some kind of way, they are top priorities in some kind of way. But if the council will consider when you do bring it back, we gotta narrow it down. Because there's gonna be a lot of things, you can keep everything on there, but if they're trying to hit, and I think I wrote down over 20, if they're trying to hit everything, how are we gonna get anything done? So that's just something it's not even worth debating over tonight, because like she stated, she's gonna bring it back and we're gonna have the opportunity to get into it more detail and priorities, even though you can have all 20, but what are the top 5? That's all I'm asking for, a ranking order, when we do bring it back for the council to consider. And I don't know when it's gonna be put back on the agenda, but that's just a recommendation.
Well, what we can do is look for opportunities to consolidate and then
Thank
add
you.
some language that says what we specifically want to hit.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you kindly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash King. Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Wilson. Appreciate it. Thank you. Madam Secretary.
DS 26044, discuss and consider setting special meetings to discuss charter amendments.
City Attorney.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council again. The background on this item is, as you know, in January of this year, Council authorized the creation of the Charter Review Committee to review the city charter and provide recommendations on amendments. The City Council will need adequate time to review and discuss proposed amendments. And I don't see my presentation up here. You'll need adequate time to review and discuss proposed amendments, discuss ballot language, and then issue motions of direction on requested changes and ultimately consider an ordinance calling the election to approve or disapprove the proposed amendments. So my recommendation, the next step would be for council to, this is the wrong one. Sorry, this is, I'm going to recommend that you hold special meetings to discuss and consider recommendations by the Charter Review Committee for proposed amendments due to the timeline. The proposed dates would be Tuesday, June 9th, and Monday, June 22nd. And then in July, Tuesday, July 14th, and Tuesday, July 28th. And those would be the special meeting dates that are proposed. And then in August, at your regular meeting, August 4th, the idea would be that we'd have an ordinance ready. That's your last regular meeting prior to the deadline of August 17th, which is the last day to call an election for a November charter election date. And so your last regular meeting before that is August 4th. And so today, we'd like direction on whether to set special meetings for those proposed dates. Again, that's June 9th, June 22nd, July 14th, and July 28th, All of those are Tuesdays, except for the June 22nd, because June 23rd, we had some staff conflicts. And also, if you have times that you would prefer, if we're looking at during the day, 3 o'clock, or the evening, please let me know.
Okay. Councilmember Brown.
I would like to make a motion to set special meetings for June 9th, June 22nd, June 14th, and June 28th to review the charter amendment recommendations. And I would like to set that starting at 5 p.m. Correction, let me restate that. So special meetings for the purpose of reviewing the proposed charter amendments, June 9, June 22nd, July 14, and July 28th.
At 5 p.m., you said?
You mean June 14th, not July 14th?
No, July 14th.
July 14th? It's been motioned by Councilmember Brown to set the meetings for June 9th, July 14th, and June 9th, June 22nd, and July the 14th.
July 28th.
And July the 28th at 5 p.m. Is there a second?
I second.
It's for second by Councilmember Bass. Any discussion? Well, Council.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, since we're going to be meeting on those days, I would like to do an amendment to the motion for us, instead of us trying to dig into all DS 26-043 and DS 26-045, Mr. Mayor, item 14 and 15, since we're going to meet on them dates anyway, we can break it down more so when we get to our special meeting, and we won't be limited by time. So that's my amendment to the motion, is to table DS-26-043 and DS-26-045, to table it and discuss it during the meeting dates, which are June thank you, ma'am. Thank you. June the scripture.
June 9th.
Well, the date, sir.
Yes, June 9th, June the 22nd, and July the 14th.
And July the 14th and July 28th, because those are special meetings for that, to break them down and discuss them. No timeline on it, just discuss. That's my
City
amendment to
Attorney.
the motion.
I would suggest that it would be cleaner to make that motion, make that as a separate motion with regard to those items, rather than amending the motion at hand to make special meetings for charter
Okay.
review.
Yes, ma'am. So basically, Mr. Mayor, I would take back that amendment, and I would do it separate.
Okay,
Thank you, Madam City Attorney.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Kendricks? Okay, so we're ready for the vote. It's been second. All in favor? Signify by saying yes. All opposed, no. Okay, the motion passed 7-0. Thank you, council. Okay, that being said,
And with that, I would add, your next two items are to, the first Item 14 is to discuss an overview of recommendations by the Charter Review Committee, and then to go into the actual specifics of specific Charter Review Committee recommendations in item 15. So you can continue with those items tonight, one or both or none. I know that there was discussion already about postponing those to the special meetings, and so
Thank you.
either that would be
Councilmember
appropriate.
Nash King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since we have special meetings on June 9th, June the 22nd, July the 14th, July the 28th, I make a motion for the council to table 14 and 15 and discuss DS 26-043 and DS 26-045 during our special meeting, so we can have more time to go in detail with each charter review item. Mr. Mayor.
Is there a second? Councilmember Bass.
I second, Mayor.
Motion by Councilmember Nash King, second by Councilmember Bass. Is there any discussion? There's no discussion. All in favor signify by saying yes. All opposed, no. The motion passed 7-0. Okay, with that said, I need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.